Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, well, that's odd. Those videos didn't play. Well, let's, all right, I'm going to have to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow with no patients.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for April 27th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and along with each and every one of the participants that are here. As we usually say, this is a roundtable meeting. Everyone has a microphone, and you're encouraged to contribute. Well, we're reaching the final countdown, I think, as one of the songs of the past had said. But again, it's another countdown to get to another step. And what's going to be happening tomorrow on Monday, if it happens, as he said, they're still waiting for people to confirm the receipt of materials. And then what will happen this Friday is a monumental step in the development of humanity in a way. And again, I think it's a gift from the Keshe Foundation. As he said in the 587, we control a lot from our end. And he's talked about the vertical units in the past and how you can create an envelope and an energy envelope and this move you from one system to the other. Now it seems, and we'll hear this in the announcements, they're talking about material that the 7 people will receive, but this will be developed into a hat, gloves, and socks or shoes, he said. And this would create that energy around your physicality for the system to move you or you to move yourself. I don't know exactly how it's going to proceed, but there was, as someone said before we started, Mr. Keshe went from A to Z in a way. In this last workshop, it was about an hour and 30 minutes or so, something like that. And I'd like to also play something from the Brazil team, one of their public events, just to show what's happening in Brazil and how they're reaching out to the community and so on. But yes, we're coming into quite a beautiful time. Not that we're not expecting people may want to try and interfere as they have in the past, but as Mr. Keshe said, we'll see how it all develops. But our team and our leadership is well developed for this job of bringing this planet into a one planet, one nation, one race entity in a way. And this is what I've never understood. But the longer I'm in and around the Keshe Foundation, it seems a natural process to me. And getting rid of, not getting rid of, but again, bringing down the borders of the countries will allow us. And now the transmutation process is being set. And of course, the cancellation of the Boeing aircraft, which we'll hear about again in this workshop, as I was telling somebody that Boeing had canceled about 8,800 planes at 100 million a copy over the next 20 years. And I thought it was one plane a week. It's actually over one plane per day. And as he said, this is going to affect a lot of people's jobs, support jobs, that these 20,000 people are directly laid off from Boeing. But this has a multiplier effect by the supporting industries and factories that actually make some of the little odds and ends that they perhaps need for the. But overall, this is creating the conditions for Keshe to introduce, the Keshe Foundation to introduce into China and other countries a way to make their own sort of flight systems. Now, whether this be in the dimension of energy or probably moving some physicality as well, we'll have to see. Maybe it'll be a two-tiered structure. You can fly in the physicality or you can fly in the energy dimension. But before we get to that, and as we all know, we usually read the World Peace Treaty. And this is part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. We know we're introducing a new science, we're introducing a new ethos, and we're introducing a new language on this planet. And this is part of the ethos. And as we heard in that Universal Council video, is the elevation of the soul of the man to serve become the key, and not a throne in the physical life or physical existence. And this is what we've all been enamored to go after. More things in the physicality and continuing to ignore the energy dimension. So this is our World Peace Treaty. It's between you and your soul. If you don't know where your soul is, we can explain it to you in about a minute or two. at least its location. The working of it is a little bit more deep. But I think we're more and more approaching the interaction awareness of this energy dimension and also the physical dimension. So the World Peace Treaty between you and your soul, you can find it on the Keshe Foundation website. You can find it on any of the search engines. But again, it's for you to reach that peaceful condition within yourself and then, of course, expand that out. But first, we must become peaceful. And part of the unpeacefulness is the killing situation. But as he said in this 587th workshop, they're going to be developing or have developed a system. We call it a black hole and the rest, but this will actually pull the wrong energies out of the structure of us, this killing. And so this will be done in a way automatically. And I think the feeding will also, in a way, contribute to this peaceful condition. And of course, most have never thought about eating an apple or an orange or picking another fruit as any sort of offense to anyone. As we heard someone in the One Planet say, this doesn't sound right. The fruit is there for you to eat it. But I think, again, that's connected to the physical dimension. And as Mr. Keshe said, we can give and take energies from it and enjoy the beauty of the apple without actually having to eat it or chew it to get energies from it. So again, it's between you and your soul and how you want to approach this. But that's another aspect of becoming peaceful, is to move away from the killing. And I always thought it was just another person, but it's actually all the entities that we interact with, whether it'll be here on this planet or across the universe. There'll be no killing and stealing unless they're willing to give their energies. We give our energies and there'll be an exchange. So this is what we're learning on the planet, and systems are being developed to make this process reach its fulfillment, to get to the next step, to introduce us in a much larger way to what we would call the universal community. So this is our World Peace Treaty. Would anyone like to read it? If you're proud to be peaceful and you're proud to move away from killing, would you like to read the World Peace Treaty? Proudly step forward. Well, I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, or our soul. Simply put your name and your signature, date, position held on behalf of, again, the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, city, town, individual. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And of course, we know that everything we interact with is actually the Creator, or the Creator is the founding common denominator in all of us. That's why we're connected. And this is what we're doing when we connect at the 9 p.m., but we'll get into that more later on in the program, where we're creating this dome of peace across the planet by elevating other souls, where this is the key to serve them, even if they do better than we're doing. And that's no problem at all. And this is part of the understanding of the creation process. If we go to the 587th, and feel free to chime in and jump in and add whatever you'd like to add to our session today. And of course, there was very beautiful words shared by Mr. Keshe, quite a lot of words and concepts. And I think, again, a lot of it is coming through just by listening. This is how the systems work in the Keshe Foundation store. many of them actually inculcate or allow you to remember some of the things that you used to do perhaps in the past. As an ancestor, let's say, where thousands of years ago we were able to zero time communicate, or we were able to feed ourselves in a way, but then we took a turn at one point and decided to go in the physical dimension, which still we need to understand, but it's the energy dimension that I think is the one that we'll be using when we go into space. Although you can go in the physical craft, but as he said, if you get stuck on a certain planet, you may have to transmute to another planet where another craft could pick you up. I'm not sure how all of that works. Anyone have any thoughts on this? Let's see if we can find the announcements. I'd like to start with the announcements and what Mr. Keshe said, or even before we go to the announcements, I think we'll take a look at the Keshe Foundation store. And this is what he's talking about in these, when he mentions 7 people. This is the April, which is going to be tomorrow. And they have a number of people set, which are going to be called captains in so many ways. They've been sent some special material that they will be applying, probably some other instructions with it. And then on Friday of this coming week, there'll be the regular monthly session, which is right here, which I believe you can still sign up for. And this is how we're keeping the Keshe Foundation free. They're doing a lot of these studies so they can perfect systems, so they can mass produce them. And I know a lot of people feel you don't need a system. Mr. Keshe said this, you don't need a system, as long as you're not connected so much to physicality. But I think these, most of us are pretty well connected to physicality. And that's why these systems are probably needed at this point in time. And so the people participating in these monthly events or the special events will be part of the bringing the transmutation in a much fuller way. As he said, once you experience this, you can gradually start to practice it in a way on your own. Or perhaps it'll be added. So there's a number of things going on the transmutation end. And then, of course, the meeting on, I think it's the 10th, 11th, and 12th, there'll be a live, as I understand it, they're going to bring humanity into the lab in a way. Maybe it'll be a different setting, I'm not sure, but showing probably a variety of systems, as he's shown in the last workshop, where they're creating material that they are not even sure what it is. So that'll be one thing, creating materials. I think these will be ongoing testing. It may start with a few just grains, and then in a number of days you can check back if it's a live thing and you can see more material has been added. So this will be material. Perhaps they may even show the making of gold. I'm sure they'll show the loss of weight, as we saw in London, where certain systems can actually reduce the weight or reduce the gravitational pull on the planet as you match the fields, I think, of the planet you actually push off. So that'll be another aspect of the technology, and I don't know what else. Anyone have an idea what will be shown, or have you been thinking what will be shown in this? He called it a blueprint day in the past when they showed the 129 Tesla and other peace meetings that we've had. But this will be some sort of blueprint day in a way, but I think this will continue going on. It won't be just a 1 or 2 day demonstration, but of course I don't know for sure. I'm just sort of guessing. As people see the weight reduction is achieved, scientists will see it, other people. And of course, as Mr. Keshe said, in 587, we have that ability to create protein and actually embed emotions. And so the gold of this planet is one thing, but he said the gold of the universe is to be able to create life, and apparently different types of life. As he showed that gas mixture system where they can take different gases and different combinations and create different things out of it, different proteins in a way that will interact with the fields of this planet and create some sort of life. So the technology is, again, beyond the imagination of even the scientific community. I know he mentioned the Chinese man that sort of had to change his pants after he was shown one of these systems. So a lot of people are going to be, again, quite flabbergasted at what they only imagined, or maybe not even imagined, could be done. So I think we'll go to the announcements unless someone wants to add something right here. The announcements are about 20 minutes long. And again, just listen carefully because this is the playbook as of this week of where the Keshe Foundation is heading in so many ways. Any thoughts or comments anyone would like to bring? Okay, I see Ike has a question in the chat. One of the questions I have from the last KFW, or unless Ike, you'd like to share it, in the process of interaction of the fields, say with the star formation, kindly explain how it's similar to Mr. Keshe's description and illustration of strength of fields when he showed the space gap between the magnetic and gravitational fields. The space gap he referred to as a middle line, an additional field, so to say, which determines strength of magnetic or gravitational. Yes, this is quite easy when you know how to play, as I understand it, but I don't think I've reached that unless I've just done it within my own structure of emotions. And again, I'm just trying to figure it all out. Would anyone like to help Ike answer his question or answer an aspect of his question if you feel so inclined?
I'm just checking the question again, Mark.
Sure.
This is a
you know he sorry Alex,
Go
he
ahead.
drew the structure of the plasma, where you have the star formation and then the fourth one in between. So if those three fields are there, and on each field you have the magnetic and gravitational on each field. So how is that relatable to what he described as the strength of field between the space gap, which apparently is the third field? So it's really deep.
Yeah, but this is such a key question, you see, because there has been no reference to how this is done. There's no reference to what causes that change. And this has been, shall we say, part of the problem with the public teaching. The difficulty for us in the scientific community and in the academic community is to understand your question, because only you would ask this question because you're a knowledge seeker. Okay, the average person would never ask this question. And when I was in public school, I remember very early, and I'm talking like grade 4, grade 5. Okay, so this was when we actually had education in Canada. Anyway, we were doing these magnetic filings, and we put them on a magnet, and we wanted to see the field that the magnet was creating, and it was quite fascinating. And it never occurred to me at that point in time because I didn't know much, and nothing much has changed actually. But I couldn't understand that the field was outside of the magnet, and I couldn't understand why. But it isn't just that there was one field outside the magnet, there was another field, and another, and another. So the reason that the field was outside of the magnet was the same reason as what was differentiating each line that was getting farther and farther and farther away from the magnet. And now, even you explained it in your question, because it determines the strength of the magnetical field. So the stronger the field, the bigger that it is. And so the fact that it's bigger, if you're comparing the strength to the core, then you can see that that strength cannot be contained within the magnet. It literally spills out outside of the magnet. But because it's in a magnetic form, it doesn't spill out like you would spill milk, say, out of a glass. Or it doesn't spill gas like you would say escaping from the tire on your car, and then you say, well, if the gas escapes, and then my tire goes flat. When the magnetic field escapes from the magnet doesn't go flat. And so we realize at that point that we are not talking about physical state anymore. We're talking about a plasma state. But the anomaly is that this plasma state is within our physical state. And like I say, only you would ask that question because you're a knowledge seeker. The scientists should be asking this question. The academics should be asking this question. And then that's where the problem lies. So I'll be talking more about that today with respect to preservation. So you got the memo that I sent you?
Sorry, something was wrong with my. Hang on.
Okay, so let's. I hope I'm answering the question up to this point, and hopefully we can.
Yes, I got it. And yes,
Okay.
on the question.
Yeah, so you have a look at that, and I hope this part is explaining it suitably, and we're going to go into more detail later on. Are you okay with that?
Sure. Thanks.
Okay, back to you, Mark.
Yeah, and as he said, I think you can see the screen. There are a lot of tricks in making ganses and how you nanocoat material, a lot of tricks. So you can imagine there's a few more tricks when you just start working in the energy dimension of the proton and the electron. We're not using the actual proton and electron, we're using the energies between them. That's why he said, but he said, unfortunately, the knowledge seekers, hardly any of them explore this opportunity of learning all of it. It's one of the reasons I stopped teaching making things, because monkey see, monkey does, but monkey does not understand what he's doing. So that's why I continue to say, if you want the carrots and celery, you'll try and do some of the things yourself. And that is not discouraged, it's actually encouraged. But as he said, with people making things around the world under the name of the Keshe Foundation, they don't know what they're doing. They're not making it the correct way. They need to be brought under the license and the correct way of producing whatever they're going to produce. And that's why he's saying we'll bring everyone that is willing to under this Keshe Foundation license so that you make products the correct way. That's just my take on it. And I've resigned myself that I couldn't possibly replicate some of the systems that he's talking about now. It's just out of my understanding. And I don't even know some of the advanced technologies that are within there. And even if I did, it was explained to me. He said, I probably wouldn't understand it. So I've resigned myself. If you want the plasma technology at this point, you'll go to the Keshe Foundation store, because we haven't seen a lot of knowledge seekers making things and developing things. And when they do, apparently it's not the correct way. And that's not to discourage you. We need to understand all of it, as he said. But there's something, I don't know if it's being blocked, again, of how even the top scientists of the world are baffled on how this is done and how some of these things are made and produced. As Mr. Keshe said with the gas unit, we show you what we do, but we don't show you how we do it, at least at this point. But down the road, I think more and more people will, again, as he said, you'll be able to make some of these systems at home. We'll have to see how this works out, but that's just my take on it. But let's go to the announcements if we can and hear what Mr. Keshe has announced. If I can find it. Okay. And what's been announced in the 587th workshop. And again, it's just beyond our, I think, most of our capability. It's not really beyond our capabilities, but we need certain systems to help us to remember what we've forgotten over the centuries, since we've been so long ingrained in the matter state. But let's hear from the professor. Gosh, it seems like none of my videos want to play today. Don't know why. Okay, I'm going to, and here we go. And now it doesn't play. Very funny.
I think we had enough break. If there are any questions, we wait till Rick comes back. As usual, we make some announcements, some things which are happening around the foundation and around the work of KAKT. We are trying to organize a process of demonstration, not demonstration, showing different aspects of the technology to bold up the science and diplomats and politicians in a different way than we've done before. If we succeed on the 10th, 11th, and 12th of May, demonstration of the system internationally, and will be broadcasted right across different channels of Keshe Foundation and all the medias which is getting set up in the background for the state. We'll bring in to social media and the rest at the simultaneous same time, and a continuous transmission of different conditions and productions of materials around the world, which brings an end to the production to what we call using resources of this planet as a way to control and create condition of power.
Okay, so this will probably be certain materials that are very common on this planet. Of course, it'll expand, I think, to the rare earth materials in the future. But it could be the copper and other things, zinc perhaps, that they mine for. So this is, again, an introduction to the end of mining in so many ways. When people pick up on this, they'll realize they don't need all the heavy equipment and all the manpower and all the digging and stealing it from the planet to make it into something else. It's the same with the feeding. Again, the planet needs those materials. So we don't have to take it that way. It can be created out of the pure interaction of the fields before it was actually made into material. This is what he says about feeding, that we can feed off the pure fields before they're made into a soul and the love of creation. Feel free
If
to
we
add.
succeed, will be announced. If the governments and other establishments do not block the process, you will be given the place, the name, where you can fly and see. You can be part of the structure. And at the same time, it's so public that nobody can hide it. We get to the position that we have to do this to change direction, because fundamentally, scientifically, we are matured enough to be able to handle the governments, to handle the nations, to handle the condition that brings that change. I'm sure many of you would like to be there. And I'm sure the facility for many of you to go and see, be there to see, and be there as part of the knowledge seekers to answer the rest of the population.
So it again looks like there'll be a physical location where people can observe, perhaps behind the glass or something like this, an observation point where people can actually see and talk about what's going on. Probably most of us won't travel to that location, but maybe some people will, especially the ones that are in that location. I'm thinking it probably is Europe, but I'm not sure. That hasn't been fully announced. Any thoughts? But not only will there be a physical presentation for people there, he said it'll be broadcast across the Keshe Foundation channels. And of course, we know Mr. Keshe is on X, and I think they have a way to broadcast there. Is it called Spaces? Is anybody familiar with that? So it'll be on the X platform as well. Maybe we can show that later. Let's continue.
To explain the knowledge and be versed with it, that anyone in any language can understand and will bring the change. Very much the way we did with 129. We create 3 days of the world to see, to take out the cornerstones of war by control of materialistic conditions of this planet.
And of course, in Sanya last March, he said we give the world governments 3 years before I teach a young child how to make gold, kilos of gold on a regular basis. So we're just past, just about 1 year past, a year and a month or so, or yeah, just over a year and a couple weeks. I think he made it around the 20th or 25th of March of 2024. And this will again flabbergast the entire monetary system, that now gold will, and so many people are accumulating so much gold. And of course, if everyone can make it, it becomes worth as much as sand.
On the other hand, those 7 of you who are supposed to go through the test of the transmutation tomorrow, we had to change it. Most probably be on Monday. There are 2 reasons. We haven't received a confirmation from all 7 of you that you have received your materials up to half an hour ago. A couple are missing. And secondly, one of the knowledge seekers cannot attend Friday session. So we have moved everything to Monday. Monday is the session time when you'll be given time in joining the session. And do not worry, because you 7 have received specific materials. In the past, as I said, in our systems, in our processing, we used, if I can get to it, we used if you remember, the vertical magrav units that was to B for you to go in, and then we can transmute you, that you could go from A to B, and what we call the vertical transmutation. We have the knowledge, the extent of knowledge has passed the point that we do not need to. We have created, we extend the knowledge that we can bypass, instead of you going into a box, that we make a box of fields of you personally. And this is what this test with the 7 people is. We brought...
And of course, in the last monthly flight transmutation session, this is what we were using. We actually had some zinc from the foundation and some CO2 from the foundation, or you could have had it made yourself, I think. But we put one vial on each side of the head, one in each hand, and then I put the other 2 on the sole of the feet. And this is creating this box, this energy box around your physicality that's allowing the transmutation to happen. I think the materials are different that he's going to be given to the 7 this time. But that was part of keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, again, was to participate in these monthly sessions, if you're able to. Or you can donate a small amount, maybe not the full amount, for someone else to receive a gift from the Keshe Foundation. And that's why the 5 people became 6 and now became 7, apparently.
Mountain to Muhammad, instead of taking Muhammad to the mountain. And what success, how we reach, to what extent the technology be tested. And as I said, I hope I don't lose any of you in this process, 7 of you, and then the following week, some of you, 35 of you. If you stay good boys and stick to the structure, we should be able to take you from A to B, and you gradually be able to do this yourselves.
So that's the part. You gradually be able to do this yourself. I think there's, again, some very small changes that are going on within you. You obviously need the material and the system at this point to be able to, as he said, we should be able to take you from A to B. And there's a bit more about this, quite a bit more.
So on Monday, we will set the structure for the first transmutation, where instead of putting you in a box, beam me up biscotti, we put you in energy package and you beam yourself. In a way, you become independent of what I call somebody else doing it for you. We provide the destination. Part of the work which all of you will do is to come home, to come to us, to, in a way, we direct you to come home. We built the system. If you went to the Sansano,
Does anyone have a take on what does he mean to come home? Is it to go back to the mother, go back to the creator? He said the universal ones in the UFOs are in the same position as we are, trying to get back to the mother. Is he trying to bring us to that energy dimension? I know in the previous one, he asked us to try and be with him wherever he was. But I'm thinking this is bringing you home, is going into that energy dimension, because our true nature is non-physical, but we'll see. I don't know exactly what's
For
in
me,
store.
Mark,
Yes.
for me, it's like many knowledge seekers that's going to this session. Maybe it's not from Earth, so they will come back to the place that the origin. I think we think that are humans, but
Ah.
I don't know. I don't know.
You mean go back to the planet you came from, perhaps? Is
Yes,
that what you're
yes.
saying? Or maybe you were
I think
just
many. Mhm.
in the energy dimension and you came to be here for this time, place, and position to, in a way, support the work of the foundation, and you're going back home.
Perfect. Yes, yes.
Again, I don't know. There'll be a lot of shocks across the planet, but I think we've been prepared for this. This is nothing out of the ordinary. We understand a little bit more, again, the concepts of it, but not to be able, he said, when you go to wherever this demonstration would be, you'd be able to explain it to the others. I don't think you'll be able to explain it in how to do it, but just the concept in a way of how it's being done, if you fully understand it or even partially understand it. We just share what we think we understand. But to actually go there and think you'll replicate one of these systems, I think you're dreaming at this point.
You've seen it. Now, instead of us making this block, we have created the materials which creates the same condition, but with the advancement in technology, allows you in a way to, if it was your body, if I can show it this way, going into this box.
And there were a number of teachings years ago when these vertical units first came out, along with the horizontal units, where he had one and the other, and he said, we'll create an energy envelope around you. So they would put you in here, create an energy envelope of you, and then, as he said, we can put anything in the envelope we like. You can put a letter in there, you can put a piece of paper in there. So now what's happening is they're actually creating this envelope by holding these materials around your head, in your hands, and on the bottom of your feet. I don't know what material is actually being supplied, but this is why he's saying we don't need the box anymore. We can create this energy field by you just holding certain materials in conjunction with the systems, I think, at the Keshe Foundation.
We have developed what you received as knowledge seekers. You place the materials you have at the flat of your foot, that there is nothing beyond your feet to the ground or the space you are. The flat of your hands and two on either side of your head. Your material has numbers.
And that's exactly the way the last transmutation was set up on the, well, I put it on the soles of my feet. I put a sock on and it seemed to stay in there. Although when I was laying on the couch, I put my feet on the floor to sit, and then I said, oh, I have these glass vials in my sock. I'm certainly glad I didn't stand up. But this was part of developing what is happening. And so by participating in these monthly sessions, you're helping to keep the Keshe Foundation free. If you can't participate, well, you can give to the others who are participating, or like on Monday, tomorrow, if it happens tomorrow, we'll see if everyone confirms they have their materials. Give to those who are in the system that they understand more, that they could share more. But this is the exact setup that we made with the CO2 and the zinc. I think it was 50-50. Originally, it was supposed to be zinc, CH3, and CO2 in equal amounts, but then he changed it the week before or a few days before that transmutation session.
You have, if it's correct, it should be 4, 3, and 2. You connect your headphones to get instruction from us, and then we create the energy field around you that you don't need this box. The system is designed in a specific way to land you or to take you out.
I think he said to land you or to take you home.
The process of understanding is that we only work with this part. It's your job to take the rest of you with you. Don't leave any pieces behind. You have two choices, or you have two ways to do it. In the process of doing, and that is, we would like you in the process of testing, try two different dimensions, two different directions. And one is, don't want that. And one is, this is your, let me clean up. The system messed up. One is that this is you, and this is your leg. Try to open your hand to expand that it goes beyond the physical boundary you come in. Try to match your legs the same. Don't stick your body to each other. Create an environment that it covers the boundary of your head. You don't need to make any movement. We create the vortex of the field energy in your condition. What will happen? You, with this, due to the possibilities and coordination, you're engaged into a field which we control.
So as he said, you're being put in this envelope in a way, and the foundation is controlling that envelope.
Your destination will be given to you in the process. Then you decide in that process where to go and which other 7 you want to take with you. We have taken 7 people to this test. 4 and 3. We want to know which one dominates, that the other one will follow. This is, in a way, if you understand it, in the future, it'll be a hat, 2 gloves in your hand and 2 socks on your foot, or 2 shoes on the foot, you fly.
Okay, so you heard what this is getting developed into. In the future, there'll be a hat, gloves, socks, or shoes. And this will create that energy field around you in conjunction, I think, with the system. You probably need both halves to make it happen. But this is going without that vertical unit now. This is how far the development has come in the past few years.
But do you understand my why 7?
No, there was supposed to be 5. And then he said that somebody made a donation for somebody else to go. And then he said they picked another person, which was Rick. And he said the person that made the donation is included. Now, unless Mr. Keshe misspoke, it sounds like there's 7 people involved in this. But I don't know. Originally, the week before it was 6. Anyone want to explain?
Because I understand that with, I don't know, but with 4, we'll create the free plasma, and the other 3 will interact with these free plasmas, and to get, I don't know, but
it is hard to guess.
Have a controller. Who is the command here, you know?
They're all training to be pilots. But he did say we'll see which one sort of dictates, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, this is, we've heard of the Buddha doing it. Mr. Keshe has explained that, yes, the Buddha did move himself, his physicality, in front of 500 people or whatever it was at the time, from one side of the lake to the other. We know that Christ performed it, but now it's going to be opened up in a much, much larger way. Again, Buddha understood how to do it, but he didn't understand, as I understand it, how to teach it. And what's happening here is it's being ingrained, I believe, within your structure, the same way the feeding system is being ingrained in a way, or bringing you back to a position you will remember it. It's just a little rusty because we haven't used it. Even though we have daydreams and we have night dreams, now this will be fully conscious of moving in that dreamlike state. Shouldn't call it a dream. He said that's an insult to the soul. But moving in that energy dimension, and we'll see how the physicality follows. If it'll be,
But I think
yes,
have a minimum of energy that's needed to achieve the transmutation. And 7 is an important number in this earth, in this planet. But I'm trying to think, but I'm not sure about it. Why is 7?
okay, I
It's
just
not
got it.
coincidental. I think nothing is coincidental.
No, no, it's all part of the, let's see if we can,
Yeah.
we have, your camera is activated. I'm not sure how to stop video. Okay, let's see if that will work. Okay, we did. Thank you, Joseph. Anyone else want to add to Claudia's inquiry or curiosity? We're all curious of how it's done. No question. But again, if you don't need to build the airplane at this point to be able to book a seat. And that's all we're doing here in a way. These systems cost, I'm sure, millions of dollars, but they're perfecting it to be mass produced, as he said. This is part of this development. And in the future, it will go to a hat, some sort of hat or helmet, gloves, which will do the same thing as holding these in a way, and then on the socks or the shoes. And now you're creating a certain energy envelope, which again allows it to surpass the physicality dimension. In conjunction, I believe, with the systems that they're using. And this whole process ingrains in you the ability to do it. Maybe not the first or second time, but over time. And as you perhaps practice, he said, you know, I take it sometimes that we don't even need the practice. He said, it's just we have to stop denying that we can do it. And that's a lot of it. We deny ourselves. This is an impossibility, or this is where he said, you need to lock in on that trust and lock into it and stick with it. So again, it's all new to me in a way.
It decides the transmutation, where these carry the dimension and whatever, and it can be done in.
We'll just back it up and hear that little bit again.
You want to take with you. We have taken 7 people to this test. 4 and 3. We want to know which one dominates, that the other one will follow. This is, in a way, if you understand it, in the future, it'll be a hat, 2 gloves in your hand and 2 socks on your foot, or 2 shoes on the foot, you fly. It decides the transmutation, where these carry the dimension and whatever, and it can be done in a way, in a further distance time, where Nobody else can wear these hats and material because you connect to it and it's yours. It's like a key in the pocket.
So that's what he's saying here. In the future time, I believe these will be offered in the Keshe Foundation store, but in the future time, it'll be just linked to you. Only you will have that key to be able to operate the system. He said this will come in the future.
It's connected to the structure of the soul. It's connected to everything else. And once you understand this, when you join us on Monday, it's your destination, it's your decision of the destination and the place. We've done this test in a very powerful way with John. And he has arrived. He could tell me where he is, where I am, what I'm holding, where I was standing, which room I was in. He even could tell me he left something behind when he was there in that cupboard. We want to extend the knowledge. And it's important for us to understand the totality of the process. In essence, you become the controller. We just give you the condition. The way these materials are structured is that allows you access to the creator and allows you access to the universal field.
So access to the creator and access to universal fields. And then he told them to make sure you save in this material because this will be brought into the Friday session. And obviously it does sound like a combination of cosmic ray materials to me. Of course, I couldn't produce or convert cosmic ray material. I don't know what would be the first point even starting this. So this is knowledge held within the Keshe Foundation, that it doesn't get abused.
Any of you, during the process, decides to see who your God is, who your creator is your decision. It's been built in the material which already is in your possession. That advance in technology and knowledge we are. The option is yours. You can connect to the amino acid and stay on this planet in interaction with the people. Or you can choose, I know one of you will. Her will is so strong to do that. To see the creator. We know all of you well. We know why you chose yourself, but in a way we know who is chosen for what reason. In this trip, don't panic and don't bring uncertainty. In this journey, be 100% sure that it's you who makes the decision and it's you who has control over everything and nobody else can interfere with. We set up the flagpole and beacon that we are there if you get lost in your emotion, if you get lost in dimension and direction of your travel. We are not there to dictate you where to come to. We're just that lighthouse that we are there. If you get lost, you know where the home is. I hope those of you who go through this journey on Monday will enjoy it immensely. We try to do the session in the afternoon of Monday that we can cover most of the people who participate in different part of the world in this experiment. That you're not all asleep. We have some work in the morning and those who are still awake. The time and duration of the test or flight All depends what we see, what dimensions we observe on our system. It'll be around about 2 p.m. Central European time. You all will receive the email of instructions, but understand the only person who can not take you where you want to go to is you if you panic. All of you are part of this structure. We know long enough to know you are confident enough to carry this through. And there is no panic. But please don't leave a kidney or a leg behind when you're traveling. Go back and come back with the same, all the bits slightly attached to each other. And then on the May the 2nd, we bring those of you who already volunteered to participate in this second part and choose their captain and travel with them, which means those of you in the dimension you decide will not be alone, that you can panic. We had to do this to build the captain's strength first, that we don't see the problems we saw in other dimensions once one panics, everybody else goes, because once you lock in, trust in, is unbreakable.
And that's what's happened in some of the previous transmutation sessions. One's panics and the rest of the people somehow panic because they're all connected. But I know he said we develop a system where there is no fear or there is no panic in it. And maybe that's going to be incorporated into this. I guess one little doubt can sort of, it's like a little pin, it pops the bubble. And this is not going to happen in these sessions.
Those of you who receive these materials, keep it safe till the 2nd of May. Because you have to use it again in 2nd of May. And we set up the support structure for those of you who travel 2nd of May to have the confidence that I'm not on the passenger seat, I'm a passenger of my own decision, but I am not sitting in the seat of the captain. I cannot get lost. And I hope your captain does not crash you somewhere in this process. We're entering a very serious part of the technology development and testing, and we more or less know what we are doing, where we are going in these tests, but we need to bring enough data, to bring enough that we can perfect the art of producing systems.
That was the part that I said, what's happening in here? Again, you're keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity by participating in the sessions. He said we need to bring enough data that we can perfect the art of producing systems, which can move central energies than the physicality. Is he just moving the energies in this session, or is he moving the physicality? It does sound like he's moving the physicality, but do you need the physicality to move? When, if you're in the energy dimension, you have the soul of physicality there, and it's just like if you were in physicality, as I see it. We continue. Just a couple more minutes.
Which can move central energies than the physicality. As I always said.
Does that sound like what I just said? He said we could move central energies rather than the physicality. Although he said don't leave a kidney or a leg behind. Again, I think it's in the dimension of energy that this is taking place at this point. It'll go further into the full transmutation as I see it. But of course, I know very little about what is to be done and what is to come out of these. But this seems like everybody's going to be able to work on the energy dimension. I'm sure the creator is not living in physicality.
If you see a UFO in the sky, it means that intelligence is a little bit ahead of you. It's not much more because it's still traveling physically. If you travel and come across the energy fields of Another pack, these are guys who actually have understood a little bit more. And there are not many of them in the universe.
So that's quite phenomenal. I know he said there were levels above the ones that travel in the UFO, but now he's saying there's not many of them in the universe. So it's, and again, what he actually means there, I'm not sure. But you may run into these ones that have not taken on the dimension of physicality or traveling in the dimension of physicality. This is what I think he's speaking about here. They're in the pure energy dimension. So for you to interact with them, you need to be in that energy dimension as well.
But what you see is one of you in that dimension and direction. On the other hand, the Keshe Foundation is still pushing through with other science, other materials. As I said, 47 or 14, 47, 48 cosmic ray materials has been completed, and I hope it's already left or will leave, because it's just a matter of getting it to the post office as far as we understand. And 25, as I said, has been used in the systems, which was by those who bought it wanted to be planted in for different application.
Okay, and if we just go back to the store for a moment, what we're looking for is the cosmic ray. This is what he's talking about. The unit is offered at 2,000 euro. Hopefully we're seeing this. Yes. But you can add cosmic ray material into this, and of course, it becomes a bit more expensive. As we see, apparently you need 3 cosmic ray materials in this. If you already have one, you can send it back to the foundation for an exchange, where he said he didn't know what they do with it. He'd keep it or destroy it or something. And they would send you back the one that has the material embedded. But it's a slow process. It's handmade. So if you order it today, don't expect it next week. Maybe the base model, yes, but not the full one with embedded the cosmic ray materials, as I understand it. And this is what he's talking about. But all these things are being developed to teach the others. That's all it is. Again, I don't know how long that process will take. So when Monday comes, when Friday comes, before that event, give to the souls that are participating in this, that they may understand it better to transfer it to the others. And you are one of the others. If you're not in there, you're part of the whole process. It's just being developed to, again, as he said, perfect systems that they can, in a way, mass produce some of these systems. And maybe a lot of people will practice with this, and then they'll be able to teach their partner or their children or others as they understand more. So this is a beautiful process that's going on here. But it needs to be perfected, and that's what we're doing when you participate in this, or any different ways you buy materials out of the store, or the rest of this. This is all keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Okay, I think this is about finished. Okay, very good. So this is the product he is talking about with these cosmic ray twinity magraphs, or you could even see if we can go back. And just to show you, there's also cosmic ray material, this one. And again, this is another deep understanding, not just making the material, but somehow this is going to be introduced into the financial structure in the future. I'm not sure how that's played out, but none of this can be replicated. As he said, there's little numerals or letters photographed within this and the rest, and they know if any material does not come from the Keshe Foundation. So in a way, you're guaranteed, and you get a certificate, as I understand it. I think he explained that in the last workshop, that this is certified cosmic ray material made by the Keshe Foundation, not made by someone who thinks they understand how to produce this. And it maybe looks exactly the same, but as we know, there's something can look exactly the same, and not be real, as we see with the handbags and the other things. There's so many knockoffs, but now even the originals are sort of getting exposed. Okay, so I just thought we'd show that. Any thoughts or questions? This is the Keshe Foundation store where you can find these advanced space systems in a way. And I think this is all a gift to humanity that I don't think everybody's going to have to buy systems, but maybe with the hat and the gloves and the shoes or the socks, that will be offered within the Keshe Foundation store as well. That you create that energy sort of bubble around you. It happens itself. You don't have to create it. And then as you make your wish, you can go to where you would like. But this is a development process. But I think these systems are some of the most powerful systems I've heard coming out of the Keshe Foundation at this point in time. And it's just amazing across the board on the research and development and also the commercialization. And there's so much more going on behind the scenes. We only know about 5% of it, and Mr. Keshe wants to keep it that way at this point in time. Any other thoughts, comments, questions? Okay, I think we'll go to another part of this. Let's just see if we can bring that down and bring up our workshop. Let's just see. I think I'm going to have to reset it in a way, or perhaps we'll go here. Again, the teaching was over an hour and just quite a long teaching, way over an hour. And this is one of the gas analyzers, and apparently, as he said, they have this ability to create the amino acids and even different structures. So I think we'll let Mr. Keshe explain this. Again, this is so far beyond even the most advanced scientists, I think, on this planet. As he said, with those cosmic ray magraphs, it can't be touched anywhere. The technology is so deep, it can't be touched anywhere across the universe. And again, you have to take what you think you understand from what Mr. Keshe is saying. But let's listen to this part, if we can, about the creation of the amino acids and how powerful this and as he said, we consider gold very valuable. He said the gold of the universe is the creation of life. And now this understanding is in the hands of the Keshe Foundation. This is what the analyzer that they got from China. I think they got 2 of them because they couldn't fit all the different gases in one system. So they actually had 2 of these in operation. Let's listen more.
We have the knowledge to create protein. We have the knowledge to create life on this planet, on the condition of this planet. We have become the creator or controller of creating life. Do you want me to create the amino acid of your liver or your soul? Scientifically, we are not rabbis, bunch of crooks, and one of them died last Sunday called the Pope. Understanding this, understanding the control, and by adjusting our system, we can produce anything we like. So, because we understood that fundamental position of gravitational and magnetical, we can create that. We can create amino acid of any element, any life, anywhere in the universe, because we control it within. Now, technology has become a creator. We build robots. Now we can build lives which are not to be robots, but lives which live a peaceful life. Add water to it, which is not very difficult. You have a hydrogen, you have a O2, God help you with the rest of it. We can make that amino acid dynamic. Add few little bits which I know how to add. Give it intelligence, give it emotion. Who needs to make robots? We can preset to produce a material with emotion, with energy, with creational power itself. That becomes part of the new chips which have emotion. In the next few years, microchips will not be silicon valley, will be empty, because those who understand how this works, those who understand how to transfer this technology into matter state of it, you create a brain, the soul of the system, which matches every other man. And this is the future of the technology. This is the future of the science which we have set out. This is why last week or the week before I told you we need 500,000. These equipments are not cheap. These things are not set. And there are one or two companies in the world who can give us more accurate. Even with this, we have a problem. Research and development needs solid financing, needs solid understanding to finance the right way. Very soon, we play this, you will see the machine and we adjust it. We see the hydrogen goes, becomes CO2, and then we change it, becomes HF. If any of you knows what HF is, then you understand we have access to production of any plutonium, uranium, nuclear material in the world.
Anyone want to give us a clue what HF is? Not that it would make a big difference at this point. We wouldn't really know what to do with it in combination with the other materials there. And there's probably a few bits, as he said, what he knows how to do, adding the brain and the rest of it. Okay. Again, quite baffling, but yet it's right in front of our noses.
This is the material in your cooling system in your fridges.
So is that Freon is what he's talking about, HF? I think somebody said something else the other day. That's what goes in the refrigerant. I don't know if he's talking about that material here, but he said this is what goes into your fridge. Is he still referring to the HF? Anyone? Okay.
Now you have to understand why we need to understand precisely what gives us what emotion strength is, that it becomes pattern of our.
Joseph has put in could be hydrogen fluoride. Joseph, do you want to add anything to that, or anyone else?
I was just searching on the internet.
Okay.
And it was giving me the hydrogen fluoride.
Okay. Randy says Freon is the brand name for the refrigerant R12, R13B1, R22. These are different refrigerants that they've come up with, supposedly safer ones. But again, this knowledge is, I think in the future we'll say how simple it was, but why didn't I see it? That's why I think there's a block on it. Even when someone did create gold, they weren't able to convert it. And I asked Mr. Keshe about that. You've taught this for so long, now someone has done it, but he said apparently they blocked it, somehow remotely blocked it, that product could not be converted and nobody wanted to purchase it, even though it worked, because he said there could have been a loss of 100 or 200 lives, or many people could have gotten killed thinking that someone has something. Okay, Fo says halfnium.
Hafnium, it's an
Hafnium.
element.
Okay.
What I would like to add at this point, we all know we can open up atomic structures with simple GANs boxes. And on this way, we are able to produce the energies that are in the inner of each element. And with this ability, we can put the energies the way together to reach every element, even materials that cannot exist on Earth, like the cosmic ray material. But the know-how is fully at the Keshe Foundation.
Right. I know I had highlighted there where he said there's a lot of tricks in just making ganses and nanomaterials. As he said, we just coat a piece of wire and say it's nano-coated. It took him a couple of months just to do some nano-coating that he did. And we know the Iranians are about 50 years ahead, but this process may be even ahead of that. The Iranians are 50 years ahead of the rest of the world on creating nanomaterials, as I understand it.
Life, it becomes like the way you remember something. If I need potato, I have to get up, go in the kitchen, in the drawer, there is a package, potatoes in it. Your memory will remember exactly what field, the strength, gravitational, magnetical is of the potato. You don't need to move, you just connect and it comes.
So there you go, Ike. Maybe just remembering the field of the potato, you don't need to measure it. You just need to create that field. Instead of trying to figure out the what's between the magnetical and gravitational. This will come later. And again, I think some of these things are quite simple in a way, but until you get a clue to it, you'll probably not discover it so rapidly. But it is available in the systems. We use the example of the cell phone or the aircraft. You don't need to know how to make the cell phone to buy one and use it and allow it to do a lot for you. I think it's very similar to the Keshe Foundation. Okay, halfnium control rods to catch neutrons. Okay, that must be something in the nuclear reactor. Control rods to slow down or speed up processes, I think, as they push them in or remove them. And again, that may be an older system. Thank you, Fo.
The physical walk, it changes with connection of talks and energy. Now you understand how advanced the technology is and how we invest to bring man to that point. In London, we showed you how it moves. In Sanya, we showed how we create a connection of you set different machines. Now you see how we can support it. We can support the physical life and we can support the energy life, which is the soul of the man. Because we have the equipment of it, we understand it. And if any of you say, how do you measure the field strength or whatever? Those of you who were with us in the Sensano, we measured 129 Tesla. We still have those machines which we invested thousands for it, made nearly a year for it to be manufactured. So we can measure the field of the strength of your soul. We can measure the field of happiness. We can measure the field of joy, giving and taking. This is how, when I said the guy in front of me in the Sensano, I said he's here to kill me. And at the end, he ended up the guy who was poisoning me. Plus my ex-wife.
So the foundation is able to measure the field strengths of the soul, of the happiness and the rest. But that hasn't been fully shared with the rest of us at this point. Ike, did you pick up on that if you're still with us? Okay, I think Ike has gone out, no problem. But again, this is beyond the understanding of top scientists in this world. They're just baffled by it because they've been so connected to the matter state and the Einstein teachings and the rest. They probably say this does not compute in my understanding. But in the universal understanding, this is the way it works. This is universal knowledge. Mr. Keshe is a universal teacher, and they're bringing this understanding to this planet to elevate the soul of the man to serve the others. And this is the whole key, to become low enough that you can serve the others in a way. As Mr. Keshe said, when he comes into a meeting, he puts himself lower than everyone else in the meeting. And then he gave other examples of serving and so on and so forth. So this is just a phenomenal gift from the universe, from the creator in so many ways, that's being, in a way, opened up to humanity.
Having a hand in all of it. Belgians. This is what the technology is. No mystery. Understanding every position and position of it. Understanding, if you look at the other one, which I showed you, look at this one. It says 556. If I go out and come back in, and you noticed the other picture, 556 on this one, 655 on this one. What does this give us? What new creature? What magnetic field strength? This is where the future of the science sits. Not just seeing the numbers. What does number mean? Which connection to where, to which planet, to which soul, to which cell of my body? Nowadays we take a blood, you have a calcium there extra, you have zinc, your iron is good. We have to produce systems which measures the energies of the cells of the body of the man. And that energy tells us why a lump is created. Somebody call it a cancer because energy is not correct or happen to be too gravitational. It creates the black hole, it pulls everything in, is becoming a new star.
So he said these measurement systems, like, have to be developed. Apparently they have some of the knowledge or most of the knowledge, but yet he's going to leave a little bit on the table for mankind. It's just like as he said, when he starts feeding mankind, the man will stop killing, but the lion won't. And they're going to reach the lion through the mankind in a way. So I think it will start with us and then extend to the other creatures as we develop systems to elevate them as well. Any thought or comment on that? But I think if you brought the top world scientists, even a group of them, into here, where Mr. Keshe has demonstrated this to many, many advanced scientists, they're totally baffled. So I wouldn't say that I understand it at all, fully, completely. And as he said, it's just not the numbers on the screen. You have to understand what connects to what and what position and point. So it's quite a deep knowledge, but as you become familiar with it, it'll be quite standard and will probably be used here and across the universe. I don't think he's just developing systems for us on this planet. It's a bigger arena of work, I would say.
That star created needs energy, so it gets grow. It takes energy from you. No man has ever died on this planet of cancer. Man die of lack of energy because that guy is taking black hole all the energy. And then he's spreading more black holes around the body because this cancer is metastasized because we never understood. With this technology, with this system, we measure that metastasization. You ask the man, do you want to live or do you want to die? He decides. I gave that chance to John many times. It's your decision, not mine. His desire to go was bigger than to stay. It wasn't that technology wasn't there, it was at his disposal. The decision was the decision of the soul. I sat him in front of me in Linz. I said to him, John, I can interfere with every part of your body, but it's not my right. You decide. We can control emotion. We can control production of materials, isotopes, universes. At the end, it's the decision of the soul which decides to accept or to reject.
And I have had a hard time with John passing in a way. I was kind of upset, even though I said it's the decision of the soul, but he was supposed to be actually hosting all of these programs and it never happened. And he even had the access, as Mr. Keshe said, I can interfere with any part of the body, but we leave it up to you. So perhaps, as we heard in the past, if I showed you how beautiful it was, you'd all commit suicide to get there. Now, John didn't commit suicide, but he wanted to transition into that dimension. He said they've tested these systems extensively with John. So perhaps he saw much, much greener pastures in that dimension of energy. And as Mr. Keshe said a workshop or two ago, you'll find out down the road that the physicality is not really worth it. So perhaps John had that enlightenment, or working with these systems gave him that enlightenment. But, and as I said to myself this morning, thinking about John, I still can connect with him in the energy dimension. But I always wondered why he wasn't here or came into many of these meetings. But we continue to elevate the soul of John. It sounds like he's made that decision and that transmutation in a way. And again, every end is a new beginning. So, John, we wish you all the best and thank you for all your contributions. So that's just the first time I think Mr. Keshe revealed this, that he gave John the opportunity and the soul decided to move on. And we have to all respect that.
The knowledge is so deep and is reaching deeper and deeper as our scientists understand more and more that sometimes I'm frightened even to explain to new knowledge seekers and the world of science what can be done. The question to them, how much money can I make? I become very rich. We have reached a state of knowledge that we can create creatures. We can create conditions that creates itself a dimension of life. What are we going to do? We were happy to make robots. We were happy to make a dog robot, a cat robot, a waiter robot. Now we're reaching the point of we can create life, not as children, but condition of environment. What is ethical responsibility of the man? Do we release this knowledge or do we hold it back? Do we go to the stage that hopefully man will come to understand the reality about the creation, Or do we stop man to get there because man is not ready, and then in time goes, Mr. Keshe died, the knowledge was shelved, and another abuse for centuries to come? Do we, can we, have we got the right to withhold the knowledge? Or is our responsibility to make knowledge available that no one is left behind? And the decision is ours. Because you have seen the gas, you have seen the waters many of you produced, you have seen the material produced, you have seen the effect field of 129, and you've seen other bits which leads to the creation of life and intelligence, which we can control every part of it. You went and got pregnant by insemination. The new technology can make you pregnant with a field energy you never even had sex. Virgin Mary. You can even now, if you understand it, make a man pregnant, forget about the women.
I had to laugh because that was what they've been promoting. Two men can have a baby. And now what Mr. Keshe is sharing here is one man can have a baby. So this is just going to be so, again, mind-boggling for many people that this technology is actually here on this planet. It's not science fiction. It's actually being shown and delivered on a weekly, daily basis. And now it's going to go out into the public in the May 10th, 11th, and 12th, as I understand it. I see Stefania has appeared with us today. Hello, Stefania. I know you like to take apart these workshops in quite detail. I don't know if there's anything you want to add. If not, we'll just continue on this clip.
Where does society sit with this knowledge? Or do we abandon this knowledge? We just show you that.
Well, that was rather scratchy. We didn't hear anything. You must have heard me, but your transmission back to us. And no. It's showing me your mic is closed. Okay, I think she just went out, but she'll be right back. And of course, Stefania is a Universal Council member, and she likes to explain the knowledge and understanding in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race on Tuesday. So this Tuesday, even though the teaching's longer, I'm sure Stefania will condense it into a very palatable explanation. But I thought you might like to say something, Stefania.
Yes. Can you hear me or not?
Oh, stay right there. That's good. Stay right there.
Okay. You can hear me. Yes, because
I think we've lost again the transmission. No, it's not working, Stefania. Okay. I know she's talking. I can see the microphone moving, but there's no communication. Stefania? Okay, she normally, when we can't hear them, they cannot hear us. Okay, no problem.
If then you're happy, we can fly. Or as a responsible understanding of the knowledge, we have to create everything. You see in the gas, the other picture of the white thing, I showed you the material. the other side, you've seen the energy, and in the other presentation, when the level of understanding was, you saw lift and motion. We have created a living planet, living system in the universe, which can create its own things, has no connection to no power supply of the earth in the matter state. The biggest question for me for the past few days is, can I release the rest of the knowledge tonight? And I made a decision in the past 24 hours, yes. We bring the revolution in science right on the nose of the whole world. Travel to destination, we tell you, and you will see there everything which one needs. If you are very materialistic, oh, that makes material. If you're very materialistic, oh, I want to see the gas. If you're materialistic, oh, that's the water. But if you understand it, earth, wind, and fire. Now we have the knowledge of creation, and you've seen it today on your own screens. The knowledge is to understand how it went from 665 to another one, which is 556. At 1013 was 556. At 1534 is 665. Do I need 5 hours to change it? What happened between these two? Because the oxygen level stayed the same. The carbon, CO2, led to creation of new life. And then we saw the nitrogen. In what you have is oxygen, CO2, and you have the other elements, you can create life, and you produce a CH3, you can give it life, complete with its own energy system, both connected to the universal dimension of the fields and one to the creator, which is the essence of creation. And nowadays, you can see all of this on 2 or 3 screens in front of you. So we can decide this life in this machine is going to be a human with laughter, and this is how it feels, and it produces the body to be all bones and structures. This is what the future of the space technology is. It's not to get you to A to B, I'm happy, and I can make gold. Man now has access to the gold of the creation, which is creation of life. And we have the machine, these figures and data which we have shown is done by machines, we can control it. This is where the morality of the heads of states come in. And the nations decide on the future of humanity in where we go. And this is where the future sits. Collectively, we decide in where man goes, and we create the condition, we create the field strength that we all have in common, and we all decide no more destruction, no more killing, because this field will be deleted from the life of the cycle of the amino acid of the man. We put a sink into it. We make a black hole, which is just collects that field of strength, which we call it killing. Doesn't come by gases. It comes by understanding the process of the field of strength which leads to that connection. Don't want to eat anymore because I've received my field energies. Because I have tuned to the field of strength which delivers to my soul, to my central field, what the rest of my physical dimension satellites need. You need one sun to run the whole of solar system. Jupiter doesn't get instructions from somewhere else on positioning. Saturn doesn't get position instructions from somewhere. They get the structure, instruction, life, position according to the mother, the sun. How they behave, how many satellites they make, and how each one lives. As I've said many times, the sun is your soul in the center, is not imaginary somewhere else, and then your Jupiter is your kidney, your Saturn is your heart, and the rest. We just given different name to the same organ, the same structure. And now we have the capability to change the future of man by directly interacting with the field emotion of his life. Now you understand why in all the teachings I push, I try to get you to understand the field strength of the emotion. Now we're developing systems which we can now control the emotion, direction of emotion, and bring to man the dimension that you'll never kill. Then we let the man free in the universe of creation. But scientists of the man have to understand it, otherwise it will be another job. You flip up somewhere else. The technology, the advancement in technology is so vast that it scares us even to bring it to public, but we have no choice. It'll change the economy of the world the man has built for itself. It'll change the structure of the world leadership the man has made. For itself. How to rule that one.
Mr. Keshe, we're losing some voice there.
Man has to rise and
Okay, I think we're going to stop it here. That was only 20 minutes of a 3-hour and 15-minute workshop, I think. 3 hours and 14 minutes. So what he just shared with us there is so profound and so advanced. As he said, they're even scared to bring it into the public. But it's within the hands of the Keshe Foundation, and we're here to support that, whether it's in so many different ways. Financially, participating in the test, other ways, even supporting just with your soul the people going through this and the foundation overall and the team. So there's many ways, and it's about that time. It's actually past the time. And this is what we do every day on the energy dimension at 9 p.m. We invite all those who are willing to participate and are wishing for peace to join us on this energy dimension. Again, we're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. So we're creating what we're calling the Dome of Peace. You're welcome to participate for a nanosecond, for a minute, whatever you would like to do. Again, it's done the way it pleases you. And there's no hard and fast set performa. Maybe in the technology there is, but in this, we're just using our energies and our soul. And the beauty of it is nobody fails this test. So we're learning to give and to take in this energy dimension. We're quite familiar with the matter state in so many ways, but not completely, as we see some of these systems being developed. And we're going to move on. I want to go back to Stefania and see if she does have her microphone connected.
Can you hear me?
That's beautiful, yes.
Okay, perfect. Can you hear me well, or?
Yes, there's no interruption if you hold your position, I think.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Yeah, a matter of fact, I just started to summarize the 587, and I have to say that it took me a long time just to go through the first 50 minutes, because it gives a lot of deep information there.
Right, I know the last workshop blew your mind, and now this one, do you have any mind left?
Yeah, this is again adding more stuff here. Yeah, the other one literally changed my life, but this one, it's again getting a new knowledge. This, you're learning new stuff. I mean, you always say the certain things we always heard, but somehow the way I explain it now, they go in better. So even this one, because in this workshop, if you noticed, you start to really make understand how we can materialize stuff, and also how we can get the positioning and the time and space. So we really go in details on the time and space and positioning. And it's very interesting because it talk about really going depth about how it's important to know the magnetic field strengths.
That was Ike's question. Ike was trying to understand, how do you measure this field strength?
But the field strength, if you notice, that is also considered also you can get a GPS position. He went into very well, explained it very well when it goes in the draw. In the draw where he showed the sphere with the magnetic fields going one direction and then going opposite direction, and then he said that at the center you're creating this mix of fields, and their interaction, the balance of those create this field difference, and this and also and this field difference is also the one who give you the from my understanding, the field strength, and where from there you can decide everything. If you look, it teaches you how to maneuver this, how to add, how to take out, to be able to choose what you want to achieve with it. Like it can be from material to anything. So so if you do for transmutation, you will use it to also for location. But it's very interesting because it does all these different draws, but they're all talking about the same things. So when he talks about mothers and daughters, the two make the man and female making the child, and the child, once it's formed, is gain a different strength from his mom and his dad. So he's create his own dimension and his own strength, and he's looking for another friends that is same strength, and all this is done in the draw, in the first draw. That was very, very interested. And then he talk about simply from the fact that the scientists ignore the fields going opposite direction, and that every fields has got its own twin field at the same strength, and the distance between these two fields is done by the interaction of the two. And when they find the balance, they create a space, and whatever is in the middle of the space is a third ray. So the combination for the fields. So the is the balance of the two, and so you create this fields into fields, and then this pair of fields has got always a parallel one that also goes on space, and the space between the two parallel fields, then now we have four, they're all making they deciding the distance of the two fields. So it really make you really, if you go in depth on this and you really learn it, it really teach you step by step how to do everything. So, and it's going into the star formation. It tell you, so by study this, you can really know how which material to materialize, if copper, iron, whatever you want. And it also tell you how to go from A to B, to choose the distance. You know, it's tell you everything, how to find things, because we're all connected. So you make an example of the star formation, you remember, and something interesting says that there, he drew the 3 points, and he said the distance between the 3 points are irrelevant, but what is relevant is what these 3 points they doing together as totality, and that totality it create some fixed we call it controlling field strength. There are some more permanent fields, and these permanent fields, their interaction, it will make the soul, the singularity fields, and then he took the same things, and now we break it into so the one in the middle that is created by the fixed fields, it call him singularity, and then the other one it call him the mass, and then you understand from here why the mass never change. And then the three, so the first three dots of the star formation, I think this is my interpretation of what Mr. Keshe is saying, is actually the weights, because interact with environments. So it's again here, it gives you another way to the same things of the is the same example of the two line, have the twin line, and the space between the line and the 4 lines, you know. So you repeat the same things, and the same things is when you say the structure, the star formation, as this build up, because they all have the all common denominator that also he took in the beginning are the fields of the creator. They end up, as they build up, to be the body of the man, or the galaxy, or the universe, up to the universe. So the most built up, but there are all these fields building up to layer and different field strengths. So it teaches you how to create different dimension. And then here, to me, it's again is connected to the workshop before of the 586, where it talk about inertia, emotion, because I think these intermediary fields, they are created between the magnetic and gravitational fields, then creating the soul of the fields. It's also when you say that, the mother of the father and the son, or the neutron, proton and electron, or the skin, the outer layer, the middle layer, the inner layer. It's literally the same things, just said it in different ways, to make her understand how even us, we go gravitational, magnetical. So we all have all this. We all have it, and it's everywhere. And then he really make understand that if you really learn how to play with it, you know, you can make your dimension, your position, your field strength. If you're really, really good at it, you can make some additional fields, create some additional fields and additional field strength. So you can then going to be able to really add fields or take away field strength. And he says that because the combination of the two, they make the fields in the middle, they are more fixed middle, the fixed field, they're making the mass, the archer, then they're making the soul. Those fields, if you give him more gravitational or you give him more magnetical, they will choose the direction, the location, the position. So then, you know, then if you can come to the point that you can interfere with this gravitational magnetical and you get good at it, what goes in, what goes out, then you can decide lift, move, or create this, create that, or you know, and I
Amazing.
think yeah. So it's connected. Just finish. So it's connected to the last workshop because it's all can be done by emotion. And I think the middle field. Maybe I'm wrong, but what I was thinking, maybe that is also called inertia. Is what he's referring to inertia. Maybe, but I don't know if maybe I'm wrong because it's the balance of the two. Then yeah.
Excellent.
So depending on which level you're going to, you then connect it with the environment, or then you connect it with the universe. So it's again, it's like the skin. You can decide if you control the middle layer. This is my understanding of what so far I've been, yeah. Another interesting bit was that he said, and correct me if I'm wrong, he said, if you want to duplicate this, he said, don't look the gravitational, don't look the magnetical fields, just focus on the magnetical. Don't look the magnetical fields. He said, don't count the magnetical fields, just focus on the gravitational fields. If you can replicate that gravitational things of that things, it's how then you can decide then the field strength and what to create. This is what I understand. Did you understand that too?
Slightly, not as much as you, but did you tell your boyfriend that now you have the ability to get him pregnant with his cooperation?
I don't need it actually. If I understand very well this knowledge, I can do myself.
Yes, absolutely. That's what I was saying earlier. They used to say 2 men can have a baby, and now Mr. Keshe is saying 1 man can have a baby. Oh, this is, again, beyond comprehension, totally. But we are comprehending a little bit more and more. And of course, Stefania usually covers the knowledge and understanding in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race on Tuesday starting. Yes?
Sorry, this technology will show the ignorance of many people, how we discriminate against all kinds of folks, you know?
I had a vision of the scientists just shaking their head back and forth. No, I don't understand. This does not fit into the world of science. But they'll come back and they'll understand more and they'll talk about it, I'm sure, and realize, as you say, how ignorant man has been to this dimension of energy. Thank you, Stefania, for sharing all that. I hope all of us have picked up a little bit of it, but as I said, she'll be doing more hopefully on Tuesday in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. And
but
now,
this was the first 40 minutes, 50 minutes. I mean,
okay.
And yeah,
Great.
it took me a couple of days.
Great. Yeah, I think, again, this will be opened up for decades and centuries going into the future. There's much more hidden within this knowledge than I think we realize at this point. But as Mr. Keshe said, we're going to share the entire knowledge, the rest of the knowledge with mankind.
Yeah, I would like to say that this is what happened. This is exactly what I thought today. I thought, oh my God, this is so much stuff to keep up with. It's very difficult to. I mean, I find it very challenging to. You can keep up, but then you will struggling with do everything else. And I was thinking, you know what? Anyway, we do this for the future generation. So I said to myself, doesn't matter if maybe I don't get it fully, but whatever we do, it's gonna make it better for the next people to come. You know, for we creating a good world for the future generation.
Absolutely.
So.
Thank you for sharing. Anyone else want to add anything? Alex said snails are hermaphrodites. Is it possible? I don't know how they do it as well. They're not the only ones, as I understand it, where you only need one entity to create another one. Isn't this what the creator does? Isn't this the way he created Mitra out of the fields of himself and the rest of the creation? So you don't need two to create, you only need one. And again, this is beyond the rules of science, but that's what the Keshe Foundation is doing, opening up a new dimension of understanding of the creation and the creator.
Yes, Mark.
Yes.
Well, science does not recognize that salamanders can grow a limb, or that
zebrafish a heart.
Oh, there you go. Or chameleons change color.
The lizard and the tail.
Yeah, the salamander and the tail. That's right. Yeah, the what do you call it? Bearded dragon and the tail. Yeah. But you know, I often wondered about the snails, and this is the first time I've heard someone mention that. And so the point of the matter is, just because we don't understand it, we assume that it doesn't exist, and yet there are examples in nature that show that it does exist. So it's we need to ask more questions.
Are you saying we haven't reached the understanding of a lizard? In that respect, as far as growing our own limbs?
Oh, it's a family show. I don't want to say anything.
Okay. I just wanted to show a little bit of what happened in the Brazilian public event. Although I did make the video, my compression system is not working properly, so I took this from the Brazilian team, and maybe we'll just show a little bit of this. And of course, this is, let me just see if I can go back to where we saw this. This was another beautiful testimonial that came in on the Brazilian end. Of course, Rafael is reading it in Portuguese, so I'm just going to read this. And this is from a knowledge seeker from the 587th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. The images of the intro video from the 587 of the Keshe Foundation Space Travel were so beautiful, I was moved to tears. It touched me deeply. And of course, the video that they played, I think, was this the formation or creation of the Universal Council. And I know Rick and Flint had worked on that for days and days, hours and hours to put that together. And that's a beautiful, beautiful video that we play in the opening of the One Planet, One Nation. It was everything that my soul had dreamed of and longed to experience on planet Earth. These are valuable teachings that I will treasure forever. The plasma science brings many possibilities for us to live peacefully and lovingly in communion with all beings of creation. Mr. Keshe said something very important that I want to engrave in my heart. Don't be arrogant, be humble. Where your greatest throne is to serve. Serve, expand, and provide the means for each being to shine. And we will be a cluster of stars shining together. And the good news doesn't stop there. We have the possibility of traveling to the universe, going through the process of transmutation, elevating our soul, and becoming part of the universal community, and even generating life from the interaction of the fields without the need for sex like Virgin Mary. I'll just move this a little bit, maybe a little bit more. Both man and woman. Finally, wars and conflicts will end, and we will live in perfect harmony with all of creation, where everything good and beautiful that the heart has dreamed of, that utopias have projected, will now blossom and flourish. A beautiful touching of a knowledge seeker sharing that. And let's just go a little bit farther here, where again, we recognize this table very similar to what we saw in Linz. I'm just going to, yes, the volume is off. He's speaking mostly in, well, I think there was anyway, we'll just show a few minutes of this, of what they're touching other people down in Brazil. And apparently there were over 100 people that attended this session. Many of them touched. Gifts were given to make the cup of life, and it all seemed to come together. And this is only one of the, in a number of going forward public events that we'll see in the Brazil team, because I think there's another one. Anyone from Brazil would like to add anything on top of this before we play it? I see we do have a couple of knowledge seekers here from the Brazilian community. And let's just share a little bit of that. As he said, what's going on in the public session of this new demonstration of the technology, people can go there and explain how it works, that the others will understand. And this is exactly what the Brazil team is doing. So I think we won't use the volume here because there's some garbled, I think there's two things going on.
Estamos na mesa, com os ganhos arrumados, né? E foi algo em torno de mais de 80 pessoas, e foi realmente muito especial esse evento, né? Porque a forma como foi organizado, né? A recepção de todos em Montes Claros, né? Foi muito bonito ver como todos estavam muito assim interessados e abertos ao conhecimento, né? A gente foi um evento que durou o dia inteiro, sem parar praticamente, só dava um intervalo para a gente tomar um café, fazer alguma coisa, comer alguma coisa. Mas foi desde 8 horas da manhã até as 4h30 da tarde, direto, praticamente. A gente via, né, algo muito interessante, que foi um comentário que eu estava conversando com a família, com a Alexandre, em algum momento. A gente olhava para a sala, né, e eles estavam o dia inteiro vidrados ali no que estava sendo falado e passado, né? Isso é muito bonito de ver. E todos muito interessados, com perguntas muito interessantes também, querendo entender mais sobre a tecnologia, entender mais sobre o processo. Então, foi algo muito especial a gente vivenciar isso, né? E essa troca foi muito intensa. Então, a gente espera em breve estar voltando lá, né? A irmã Mônica, que organizou esse evento, quero agradecer especialmente a você, irmã Mônica, todos da comunidade Montes Claros, por organizar e fazer esse evento possível. A irmã Mônica falou que já está planejando até um próximo evento, né? Algo maior ainda, que vai ser talvez no Espaço Cultural de Montes Claros, que é com mais pessoas, com um anúncio com antecedência também para mais pessoas terem acesso. Enfim, e foi muito legal também que mais pessoas vieram ao evento, né, por conta de uma entrevista ao vivo que a irmã Mônica fez também, onde ela foi entrevistada ao vivo e ela anunciou o evento na TV Globo.
So this is where Raphael was giving a presentation and others did as well. So this is their stacker system that people walked and felt the different emotions that it created within them, the 5-stacker. Here was something that rotating reactors, which was initially where we were going with this. And some of the products, there's the MagRav power unit. And so they touch the lives of many different people. Again, it's for them to open it up. Anyone from Brazil would like to add something to this? Here's where they met. Raphael was saying there was over 100 people. Some came and some went, and I guess some were outside. But again, this is what's happening in this public demonstration. So what Brazil is doing is reflected in what Mr. Keshe is doing on the bigger scale. But it's all the same work, and it's all elevating souls to serve, as I see it. So we want to thank all those that participated, the team, the core team, as I understand it, of the Brazilian language community, and how they've done a number of these. This one wasn't at an exhibition, but this was more of a private setting where it was only the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers. And again, people are looking for a change or looking for something that they haven't understood. And this is the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation about the creation and why are we here and what is this whole purpose of life. So they started by opening up and teaching in this manner. I don't know exactly what was said there, but again, this is the new science, the new ethos, and the new language being introduced in a very beautiful and gentle way by the Brazil Knowledge Team.
And they were very excited. So it was very nice. I was talking with the knowledge seekers present there. How all of them,
See, we have two audios going on for some reason. But we want to thank the Brazilian team and continue to elevate as they seem to be leading the rest of us in a way. Very beautiful. And we'll have these demonstrations, I think, within the United States and other places where people want to know more, even in private sessions. This is what I do when I go out. If there's an opening, I try to introduce a small seed that seed will grow in the future in that person, that they begin to open up. Actually, on Saturday, I met someone from Brazil, and they actually got the Keshe Foundation website on the phone. And I didn't even ask the name, but he also found the Brazilian team on Telegram, I believe. He said he found that. I didn't actually see it on his phone, but he was looking it up, and hopefully he follows up. And that's all we do, is just sharing the knowledge and open up a new dimension. It's up to the soul to pick it up and move with it, if it's the right timing. So thank you again. I thought I'd just show that. And now let's go on and continue to create the Dome of Peace. Thank you again, Brazil language community, for all your beautiful work and everything that you're doing in the background. There's much more going on in the background than we realize with all the groups, but Brazil seems to be out front in a way, ahead of the rest of us. But not really. We're all working together. I think the language communities will be combined in the future as we're combining the nations into the one nation. So we'll have one group of knowledge seekers in a way in different locations around the planet, but we'll all speak the common plasma language as I understand it. So thank you all again. I just thought we'd spend a few minutes. Now we do create as creators, we are creating the Dome of Peace on a regular daily basis, as well as on Sunday. It's a two-step process, releasing GAN's waters, energy, elevating the soul of the planet and the rest. So let's just go right into it.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this.
Stefania.
Piece. Anyone want to offer?
I will
with a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So anyone can participate in this, releasing GAN's waters, and you don't just have to do it on Sunday. You can do it anytime you'd like, as it adds energy to the planet. It knows what to do, where to go, and how to bring balance. And again, we're using the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul and the man. But this is a way of elevating the planet, the entire structure. So now we're going to go to the second part, which is the collective powers of the soul to elevate the world leaders, religious leaders, and others. And we'll hear from Shweta. Thank you, Stefania, for delivering that. We play that on a regular basis here. We'll hear the second part now. The power of
Anybody
the soul.
wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Thank you, Shweta. And that's what I was bringing up here was the daily intentions you can join on Keshe Brazil or on YouTube, I believe, or on the Zoom channel every Wednesday at the 6 p.m. time, CET or CEST. They join together in a formal meeting for about 30 minutes and practice this elevation. And they've been consistent and without fail. This process has been going on. So they've added a lot of energy, and their soul is up to this job of completing the elevation of the world leaders and the rest, and we're joining them, whether you're there on the physical meeting or on Telegram or YouTube, or you can join again on the soul level. So what we'll do right now is we'll just take 2.5 minutes where we collectively join together. I'm just going to put this back up and open it up a bit if I can. And we'll just leave this up as our background today. And we're going to take 2.5 minutes for the collective powers of the soul to do their work in the energy dimension and feel confident no one fails this test. So let's all join together, inner calmness, in peace, and work on this energy dimension. Give from the emotion to the world leaders, the world religious leaders, and those negotiating for peace, whether it's between India and Pakistan, which we see that arising, the Middle East, the Ukraine, and probably a number of other smaller conflicts that we're not even aware of or that hasn't been brought to our attention. So let's just all give from our centers, our energies, to continue to create this dome of peace. And as Mr. Keshe said, this is not a day job, as the souls are quite low and they need a lot of elevation. But this is what it is, to become a Messiah that leads to give to the others that they improve in so many ways. Okay, let's just take 2.5 minutes now to go through this process, and thank you all. And thank you all, as I said earlier, for continuing this process. We're not only elevating the others, but we're finding out more about ourselves and our energy and how things can be done in the dimension of energy rather than in the matter state. And of course, now the part you've all been waiting for, the amazing Alex Gorick will be coming in shortly. But I think first he needs to play our beautiful disclaimer. Thank you, Alex, for taking the screen.
And thank you for leading the troops here. I really appreciate the work that you're doing. So let's get into this.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome, Alex. Please proceed.
And thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. It would be really wonderful if it would be a beautiful Sunday afternoon right around the world. But nevertheless, it is an exciting time. And I want to thank you all for being here. We are the follow-up to the Knowledge Seekers workshops on Thursday and the powerful Brazilian team meetings on Friday. And the fact that we're represented here by so many from around the world makes this meeting a very, very important meeting. So this is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting. And so I thank you all for being here. And we are going to get into this particular process here. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are in the Advanced Inertia series. The subject is preservation. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is April the 27th, 2025. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. As you can see, we have been running these series for a while, and so many of the advanced knowledge seekers have been supporting, because we all are continuing to learn. We're all in this big school together. And one of the things about advanced science is it's advanced. And so therefore, all of us are advancing along with it. So, you know, we all kind of have to go together and help each other out. So what we've been trying to do is condense the thousands of hours of teaching, not only of Mr. Keshe, but all the knowledge seekers around the world. And each of us in our own way is trying to bring together a method of describing things and conveying the knowledge so that others can understand. And it's a challenge. It's definitely a challenge, because most of us are not scientists. We are trying to figure out the practical applications of this plasma science. So as we migrate along, our main concern is preservation, and that's the subject today. So please take from it whatever you can, and so that we can move on and help others. So preservation being the main topic, and when we talk about that, we talk about our culture. So, as I say, we're represented from everyone around the world. So, what is our culture? So, if I'm preserving my culture, is that your culture? And so, all of us in turn could say that we're preserving our culture. Okay, well, so disregarding your culture. And of course, the preservation extends then to our academic standing, which is confounding to understand, because how can you have an academic understanding when you're not understanding advanced science? Well, what about our stature? What is our stature? Is it the fact that maybe we're dragging our knuckles along the ground, or are we standing erect? Or are we standing on the shoulders of midgets? And what about our wealth? What exactly is our wealth? And how does it relate to our country? Which country is our country? And what about our power? There's something you can grab onto. But one of the things that you really can grab onto is that warm blanket, our cozy, comfy zone. And we have our own zone where we feel kind of safe, where we can justify and rationalize everything around us just to save face. Maybe we should put the blanket over our face. So we come to the point here where we are on the hesitancy highway. This is the lowest energy state, and the wagon trains are westward bound. So we don't want to let the tumbleweeds slow us down. The pioneers are the ones laying the tracks, but we have to shield ourselves from who's slinging arrows. So we want to migrate to the gold, don't we? Or do we migrate to the density of gold? Because you cannot lay the tracks if you cannot see the path. So maybe we have to circle the wagons, or maybe we have to circle the planet. And these are the questions that we're not asking, and we need to ask, because one of the things that we want to do is to advance our transportation systems so that we can enhance ourselves, enhance our vitality, and maybe pull into the gas station where we have some emotional enhancement or some physical enhancement. Did you want regular or super? And we need this because we're searching for outer space to seek the refugium, that safe, warm, cozy place of preservation on the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And it's a lot easier to make our little pie in the sky very cozy because it's little. But what about the rest of the sky? And what about the rest of the pie? And what about the rest of the universe? And what does it mean? Or that's just too much for us to contemplate, because we're still having trouble with our own little basic matter. And so in the books of Keshe, the book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, shows how the antimatter, dark matter, and matter state comes together. But, then we have book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And how does that light come together? Is it built on a scaffold? And then we have 2 matters. And then we have this connection between the two matters. So obviously we can go between those two, but then book number 3, the origin of the universe, one disintegrates and creates 2. Our little tiny perfect world, which is our man's universe, and then our sister universe. But look closely at man's universe. Man's universe is around our little tiny pie. And that's even tinier than man's universe compared to the rest of the universe. So which is it? And so what we're trying to figure out for 375 weeks in a row, led by the Universal Council and Rick Kremen, how do we bring our planet together to think as one planet, and all of our nations to think as one nation, our race to think as one race, for justice and world peace. Who wants justice and world peace? What a novel concept. So we've been talking for the past 6 weeks about angular density, which is the falling. And in the process of falling, you increase your density. Obviously, you increase pressure. And this is what we understand as increased gravity. And so we find that the angular momentum, which we discussed, equals the momentum, the moment of inertia times the angular velocity. And since this is the advanced inertia teaching, we have to remember it's really very basic. It's basic in terms of knowledge and explanation. So it's only advanced because we're asking these questions, because no one's ever said, why are there fallen angels? And what are the fallen angels? So is it the density momentum? What is density momentum? Well, it's the inertia density. We see it as falling. And in the process of falling, we see the acceleration. So acceleration means the adding to. But then there's also the diminishing from. And so if we're adding to the density and gravity seeks the density, then we're increasing the gravity. But the magnetical also seeks density. So we have these fields coming together and it creates this black hole. Is this a conflict point, or is it a binding zone? We need to ask these questions, because there is a basic rule, the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, as opposed to the man-made rule where the higher strength eats the weaker strength. And so it seems like either way, it's a conflict point. But that's just your point of view. It could be a binding zone. But then in order to create a conflict, there has to be a binding force bringing 2 armies together, isn't it? When you bring those 2 together, then you do create a conflict point. So the conflict point comes within the binding zone. And that's probably one of the reasons that we have so much conflict, because we are all individually within conflict, because we need energy binding. It fulfills the self-serving process. But we've disregarded the original intent. And so we do this at the expense of others. And we seem to like it because we see the pain that we cause others. And the others seem to like it because they, in turn, return that pain. And we have to understand this cooperation. I give you pain, you give me pain. And so it seems to be counterproductive, doesn't it? So that's what we want to talk about, because on this path, as we become more dense, we become more hard-hearted. We become devoid of emotion, devoid of empathy. And in turn, maybe we love to abuse. And as we mine things, we find out that miners aren't the only gold diggers. And so to promote this, we've been given these 10 commandments. And so these are our 10 commandments. They're not my dog's commandments or my cat's commandments. They're not my flower's commandments. They're my commandments. Someone gave them to me. And they said, thou shalt not lie. And so the implication, of course, is that whoever gave these commandments wants us to be like them. So therefore, if they want us to be truthful and they want us to be like them, then they must be truthful. And I think that's where our first mistake comes in. So now we can see right through that. There's a big difference between man-made laws and universal laws, because we want to get on the transmutation highway, and that highway is on a totally different elevation. And we've seen the difference. We've seen the difference between transmission, which involves frequency, pressure, and heat. We've seen the transition highway, which involves a relationship between carbon-14 and other isotopes. And then there are even more isotopes on the transmutation highway, and each one is gathering more and more field strength. And how do we do that? And then we realize that when we're talking about inertia, that means fields have to come together to create one. And there's a whole process. It's a cascading effect to come from the higher level to an intermediate level to a lower level. And so every time this comes together, we have to understand that whatever we have is a product. It's a product of the inertia. It's the coming together of two fields. So what we don't know is which fields does it come from, because all we see is the product. And for us, that's pretty good. You don't know how to build a car, but maybe you know how to drive a car. And that's really all you need to know in order to be successful at driving the car. But where are we going? We're on this highway, and where is it going? Where do we want to go? And who is in the driver's seat? So we find that maybe there's more to this picture than just meets the eye. So we only see what we see. And of course, we don't see what we can't see. But we have to recognize that it's there, because what we see is a product. But is it a product of just what we see? And is that all we take into account? What happens if it's a product of what we don't see? And if we don't see it, how do we take that into account? So we're just not answering too many questions, are we? But there seems to be a consistency where we seem to have a life that is chaotic. And we say, well, it's random. Well, that part is consistent. Well, what we're looking for is it practical? And so we either have to decide, is it scientific or is it religious? And so all of this comes together because it's a product. But we don't know what the factor is. Is it all about the self-preservation factor? Maybe that's what it is. Because it involves a tensity relationship, right? So in the plasma science, it's the magnetical gravitational balance, which we call a MAGRAPH. But in the scientific community, you're looking at the conservation of fields, the magnetic field versus the energy field. And then in the spiritual community, you're looking at the conservation of the spirit versus the motor of the soul. And then to move between the scientific and the spiritual, we see, well, one's in the awake state and one's in the dream state. And, we can't fully explain it. So we're just going to focus on our scientific responsibility and pay homage to the spiritual responsibility, maybe, on special days of the year. Well, the plasma science adds to the knowledge. And the thing is, this is done not daily, but all the time. So if this is ongoing all the time, then how do we accept this? How do we put this into our awake state and then our dream state? And how long is it going to take? What is the rate of change that is going to enable us to change this? So they call us the four-wheelers of a creation because it's a slow way to go. And we're just understanding that when we're looking at natural creation, it is balanced by natural decay. But decay is also balanced. And the decay is a form of creation. So it could be a natural creation based on the out tensity, or is it a natural decay based on the intensity? But if it's decay, then the decay has its own intensity, but it's balanced off by its own out tensity. Well, wait a second. So what we have is inertia field in the creation and inertia field in the decay, and the relationship between them is another inertia product. And so there is a bonding factor. And since we don't understand it, well, let's just fudge that. Because who are you going to ask? Well, what we have to understand is that there's a plasma inertia junction medium. Wherever it is, whatever that is a product. So it brings together the transition matter of the three dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis. And then there's another track bringing together the transition matter of the X, Y, and Z axis. And that brings together a transfer state, which is a combination of these dimensions. And so that becomes the junction point, that junction point being a product. And then what happens? So we apply this in our basic understanding when we're learning about magravs and, how do we describe that? And so we had these coils. And what we didn't understand is that the energy that was traveling along these coils was going in two directions. And then when we look at it in a different perpendicular angle, we see that the field flows around the coil in two directions. And then there's an outer coil and an inner coil. And the outer coil and the inner coil flow in opposite directions. And so therefore, the field that goes around that coil goes around in different directions. And so all this is from our central point of view. So if we change our point of view, a lot of things are going to change. But the thing is, we haven't defined what causes the change, not only in the direction, in the force, in the flow, but in the point of view. There's no accounting for any of this. So we have to look at these junctions as being the NP junction, negative, positive. What does it mean? Well, the negative is the culmination product of the three dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis, which is part of that transition matter. And then we have an equal and opposite transition matter to balance that off, isn't it? So it's the three dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis of the positive side. So you bring the negative and the positive side. Now you have an NP junction. That becomes your transfer state. And so you have one where plus another one, and that equals 2. And that's your product. Well, that's great. Congratulations. And now what? So we see that if we take this NP junction and we apply a perpendicular momentum to it, then we start to see that mass in motion. And look at this, it creates a rotating field. But not one, it creates another one. And there are many more. They just stack right up. And so what is the relationship? Well, one is negative and one is positive. And in that process, it affects everything that's moving in that screen. And do we have to know the individual components? No, we just have to get in and drive. We don't need to know how it all works. But what we see is that as we devote more energy to it, it becomes a stronger containment of the rotating field, the vortex, if you will. It represents mass in motion, and we can continue that stacking. And so that increases the momentum because now you have a gradient momentum. So one is higher than the other, and one is lower than the other. Well, how low can you go? I guess it all depends on how high you can go, because to say the higher you go, the harder you fall. But, you know, how high is high and how big is large? Well, the thing is that we're working on a containment. So one of the things that we do need to contain is our anger, which is balanced off by our excitement, and we need to contain that as well. And so we set up this emotional control system, which is really a balance between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. This emotional control system is the NP junction, the product between the various dimensions that are affecting us. And by altering the emotional control, we can, or shall we say, regulate it, we can affect our point of view. Well, the emotional control is just reserved for women, isn't it? So that kind of excludes all the men, because men aren't supposed to have any emotional control. Or shall we say, men are supposed to have all the emotional control and the women don't have the emotional control. And there we go. Being self-serving in our own self-preservation. And that's what we have, is this field preservation. And so when we look at the aura layers, they are just combinations of auras, of our aura interactions and our inertia manifestation of these fields. So you wonder why we have these two hemispheres in our brain, because it composes the bicameral mind. So it's an amalgamation of the activity of the left hemisphere with the activity of the right hemisphere. And it creates this priority within us, a priority of self-preservation. And it's reflected in our aura, isn't it? But it's not including the rest of the picture. There's a whole lot that's going on here, and we're just not seeing it. So we have to understand that that's the problem. When we're talking about the conservation of energy, the Maglev energy transfer state, which is the product, it's the product of the convergence between the mattergen and the susceptibility, where you have the balance on one side equal to the balance on the other side. But the balance on each side is created by the magnetical gravitational balance. And then you have the multiple layers of the atomic state, the nanostate, and the GAN state. And these are only the layers that we are seeing within our physicality. But we know there's more going on, because the emotional control state is not on this chart, which is affecting the susceptibility. And that's not on the chart either. So there's no accounting. And we just accept that. Well, who are you going to ask? So there obviously are MAGRAPH pathways. And so basically we have to understand that these are the force fields of attraction and repulsion. So the attraction becomes the gravitational force field of intensity. And from there, we can give feedback. But the repulsion forces are the magnetical forces of intensity. And that's part of the feeding. And so we say that there's a feeding, there's a feedback. So the feeding being part of the personality of the electron and the feedback being the personality of the neutron. And that all depends on your point of view, doesn't it? Are you feeding or are you doing the feedback? But there's a difference. And I'm sure you can clearly see the difference. So when we're talking about bringing two fields together, let's understand that the cups of life are not the cups of the pandemic. They were brought together to introduce the nanocoding process of monatomic science, where you bring two fields together to coincide with your core space and your inner space and gives you emotional strength. Emotional strength, really. Just like a punch. Maybe sometimes you get a punch to the gut. Or do you get a punch to the face? And which is stronger, the emotional punch or the physical punch? But the thing is, it just shows us how life works. And so here we are, not scientists, but in the process of our own homes, we were able for a few dollars to put together components, physical components, and create nanocoding and create GANs, which we know that these are all different energy states. And we created different GANSs. Okay, so it wasn't just you put one together and just get the other one. You know, now all of a sudden we have carbon dioxide and calcium and zinc and copper, water and amino acid, and then, you know, we become more sophisticated. We can even create gold. And so these are all coming from the cups of life. So what are we not seeing here? We're just seeing the product. We're just seeing the inertia field. So it's hard to see the emotion. It's even harder to see the soul. But the rules are the same. The magnetical gravitational relationship of the physicality and the emotion and the soul, and they come together and create the magnetical and gravitational relationship of the cup of the soul. The coming together of all three. And so the product becomes one. 1 plus 1 plus another 1 is more than 3. It's always been there. Same with the cup of the universe. We have a left side of the hemisphere and a right side of the hemisphere of the brain. And this is what we did in the cup of life. We brought the copper, which is physical, and the zinc, which is emotional, and the carbon, which is connected to the universe. 1 plus 1 plus 1 is more than 3, because we are more than what's our brain. We're only seeing half the picture here. And this is not a picture that we can see, not in our physicality, because when you open your eyes, you see your body. Or you look in the mirror and you see your reflection. But the cup of the universe, you can't see that. But it definitely is a reflection of your emotional strength. That's where we get the feedback. Well, the Earth gets the same feedback. It has its own grand central station where it has all these different Earth ganses. And they are all different. They are all products. And they are come together the same way. One inertia field with another inertia field creating a product inertia field. And to identify that, we have the periodic table of consistency. That is to say, based on the conditions of the Earth space range details, we can identify an individual element. And that element can be found anywhere on the planet, as long as those conditions are the same. So wherever you are, there you are. And whatever you find, there it is. And whatever it is consistent as a product. But is it consistent from its creation? Because we know that there are different purities. So there are differences. So we can assume that when we see the product, that it comes from inertia field. But clearly, those fields that it comes from may be similar, but they're not completely identical. So the Earth space range detail becomes a common denominator, an inertia product field. And we can identify that through its own signature. So in the beginning, there was the neutron, and it came before the atom, because the atom is derived from the neutron. You say that let there be light. Well, there's the light. Now you can see the atom. But in the process, when you add the mass of the electron and the proton and compare it to the mass of the neutron, hey, we're missing something. And it's the PM tick, which is the difference. So we don't mind coming from the darkness and say, let there be light. But where did this light come from? Because you only see the light because you can compare it to the darkness, but we have this PM tick, and where is it going? And why is it going? How do we account for that? So if we say that the PM tick is principal matter, which is magnetical, and in that process, as it travels as an energy pack, we put it in a nice little parcel. And that parcel, well, it could have a red ribbon, it could have a blue ribbon, it could have a yellow ribbon. It could be wrapped in brown paper, it can be wrapped in Christmas decorations. But when it comes together, it's a bringing together of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen, and that point becomes a plasma gen conversion. It becomes an inertia field. And still at that point, it's in a plasma field, not in a physical field. In order for it to be in a physical field, it has to be somewhere. And that place is the Earth. So when that field is interacting with the Earth field, that creates a field interaction, which we call inertia. And that becomes the gravitational product, which we call a magrav, the balance between the magnetical gravitational field forces. So we see the full range. The PM tick coming from the universe, and the gravitational field, the physical manifestation of the product of inertia, of our physicality. So in between, there has to be a containment, and there has to be a relationship. So that relationship, whatever that is a product, is inertia. And in order to be that way, it can't be identical. It has to have a different field strength, because one has to be magnetical, one has to be gravitational. If that doesn't happen, then it doesn't exist. So either it gets diluted, dissolved, or it becomes transformed into something else. And so where's the accounting for that? I don't see that. Do you see that? Well, the thing is, we don't even see how they got there and what was the source. But in order to understand the magnetical, we understand that it is a product of forces coming down, and the gravitational are a product of forces coming down. So what we're seeing in the plasma picture is one convergence of magnetical forces and one convergence of gravitational forces, and the two together creating this plasma convergence. Still no accounting. However, at least we're kind of moving along. And so just like we have two hemispheres of the brain, the Earth has two hemispheres. And these are rotating hemispheres. So if we're standing on the North Pole and we look down, we see it's rotating counterclockwise. But our friends on the South Pole, when they look down from their pole, it's rotating counterclockwise. And then you see at the equator, well, these fields are rotating in opposite directions. But we know that the Earth is rotating in one direction. And thank God for that, because wherever you're standing on the Earth, you are hopefully standing with your feet firmly planted on terra firma. So when the principal matter comes as an energy pack and it's integrating into a field, are all energy packs the same? Maybe some are 1.5 volt batteries, some are 9 volt batteries, some are 12 volt batteries, and some are red and some are blue. Which is it? So whatever it is, the matter state is physical, where you can touch it and you can see it. And that's part of the feedback. Whereas the plasma state, you can't touch it or see it, and that's part of the feeding. And so you can't tell what is feeding you. That's why we are feedback dominant, because that's the only thing that we can tell. But there's more, isn't there? There has to be more, because whatever we're feeding back is a product of two other fields. So, we are not just feedback dominant, we are inertia feedback dominant. So we're missing a lot of the picture. And so this inertia feeding, where 1 + 1 = 1, but which one? Okay, how do you determine? They all look like one, but, is it the red one? Is it the blue one? Is it the white one? And coming together, it's more than 3. Why is it more than 3? Because they're still coming. You still have to have the 1 and the 1 and the 1 coming together when you have the 3. Well, then what happens to the 3? Well, it gets bigger, doesn't it? It gets more puffy. So it becomes more than 3. And how much more than 3? I don't know. How big is large? So when we're looking at a sphere, we see that there are 3 feeding dimensions, but those feeding dimensions also become feedback dimensions, because the product of those feeding dimensions also create another product dimension, and that's another feedback dimension. So we have 3 feeders and 4 feedback dimensions. And so we say, well, how big is large? And I don't know, but we have a formula that says this is the relationship of the size of the sphere. And it all has to do with our little pi. But pi is kind of, fudgy, you can't contain it. And then it's based on our point of view, isn't it? And we say, well, that is gold. Is it? or that is copper, is it? And that is maybe your opinion, and can you prove it? Well, yes, we can test it. But you see, it comes in different grades of purity. So part of it we can affirm. What about the other part? What about the other part that we exclude? How do we affirm that? So let's just fudge things, okay? So like, it's gold. It looks like gold. Yes, it's gold. So it's the same with water, isn't it? Water is just water. Well, that means that we disregard whether it's clean or dirty. When we look at the water, we see that it's a combination of hydrogen and oxygen, and the thing that is confounding is that the hydrogen is a smaller energy and the oxygen is a bigger energy based on mass, and yet the water molecule is round, and it is a maggrav, which means it's a balance between the magnetical gravitational fields. But water has a unique characteristic. It is nature's solvent. And it comes together because we have gravitational conformation of hydrogen, which is a gas which we can't see, but we know it's there because we said, let there be light, and we see the light. It comes in colors, and that hydrogen has a fingerprint, which is basically the emission spectrum that is unique to hydrogen. And so that allows us to do the gravitational tracking. Of what? The magnetical creation, the magnetical source, the feeding source. And so we have the gravitational confirmation, but we also have the tracking to see where it comes from. Because there's a connection. So that connection rule applies to oxygen as well. So we just change it to oxygen. Now we have a different emission spectrum, but it's still part of all the same process where we say, okay, well, let there be light. So now we can see the light, even though the oxygen is clear and transparent to us as a gas. But, we have a gravitational confirmation, which means it comes from a magnetical source, and we can do gravitational tracking of that. So now we have a confirmation, but we have no accounting. How does one become the other? And so we realize that there's a nuclear feeding inertia that comes together. So everything that we're looking at is really a fragment of the complexity. So the one is created from the matter state, the other one is created from the dark matter, and the other one is created from the antimatter. And they all come from different paths and tracks and come together and form an NP junction where we have 1 + 1 + 1 is more than 3, because in order to maintain the 3, we still have to keep the 1 coming. And then that becomes our point of view. And so this is how we conserve this angular momentum. And we say the angular momentum equals the moment of inertia plus the angular velocity. So there's a relationship of angular momentum, which is inversely proportional to the angular velocity. So really, this moment of inertia is conserved, which explains why we have different purities. So this gradient momentum, if you think of it as a rotating field, which changes in magnitude and direction, if you think of a cartwheel or a ball tied to a string, and you see as it moves, it goes from the higher to the lower. And so that is your density gradient, the higher to the lower. But wherever you are is the inertia point. And so the movement is an inertia accommodation. But if you're at an inertia of 0, so there's no change in angular momentum, but there's a conservation of momentum, then that becomes a catalytic conversion. So you still have to maintain your MAGRAV condition, but you can transfer energy. And so you're not neither created nor consumed. There's a magnetical consistency. And we see that in the atom. So we see a gravitational neutron, very consistent, and we see an equal balancing number of electrons, and they are consistent. And there's a balance. And in its purity, then we can say, well, that's that particular element. Because we know the mass of that particular element. But that particular element could be in a physical state, or it could be in an isotope. And it will overlap other elements. So therefore, the gravitational field has actually overlapping fields, because an element can be carbon 12, carbon 14, or carbon 16. So it's still carbon, but it definitely has a different gravitational mass. And it definitely then has to be offset by a different magnetical force. So we still have to maintain that magnetic consistency, but clearly there's an overlap with other elements. So carbon 14 can overlap nitrogen 14. And carbon 16 can overlap oxygen 16. So we still maintain a consistency. So what we're talking about is the captured field. And so when we look at this captured field, we have to understand it comes in 3 layers. It's multiple layers. But we're not sure which layers these are. These could be, a bunch of other layers. And these layers could have multiple densities. And so since they have multiple densities, that means they have different colors. And then, of course, in order to balance off, then we have to have multiple spheres overlapping. And that's okay in a 2-dimensional process, but how do you have multiple spheres overlapping? Well, you have to have one sphere within another sphere. Well, if you have one sphere and another sphere, then there has to be a demarcation zone between the boundary of one sphere and the other sphere. But you have to have a demarcation from the magnetical side of one sphere and the gravitational side of the other sphere if the first one is inside the other one. Because if you had a demarcation of the inside in line with the demarcation of the outside, then those spheres would be of the same size. So you wouldn't have one inside the other. So this becomes a very important thing to understand when you're looking at things and the variety of things. So we like to think that maybe this is all about luck or a fluke. But you make your own luck by being at the right place at the right time. And so as we all go on our own path, we have to choose our exits. And since we want to be lucky, we better choose the right exit. Otherwise, we're just going to miss our exit. But even when we're there, that's not enough. We have to be aware where we are. So you can be at the right place at the right time, but you may not know that you're in luck now. So when we're looking at this plasma coming together, and we create this magnetical gravitational field, we understand that there's a blending where you have one field coming together and another field coming together, and the two blend together and they create this black hole, which is your inertia field. And you say, well, I have all these layers and these combinations, and they go in different directions, have different connections and interactions, but there's no accounting. There's no confirmation. But what there is a confirmation is that we have not just light, but we have humanity. But that humanity comes together from a gravitational tracking. The gravitational confirmation of that humanity is an inertial product. So we know about the field emanations coming from the aura, which we were saying the reinforcement coming from the left and the right hemisphere, which is the priority of self-preservation. But there's all this energy that is going out on the other side. So we have some going up and some going down, and it is not part of the self-preservation fields. These are emanations. And so some are emissions and some are absorptions. And we determine from our point of view which are the emanations and which are the absorptions. But if each field that is created by these emissions has to have a balance. So then the emission is balanced by the absorption, and the absorption is balanced by the emission. Well, that's why there's a gap. So what we see is the gravitational confirmation. What we don't see is the magnetical confirmation. And so the difference between these two confirmations creates this layer, this combination, and there's a direction. And the reason for it is because one field is stronger than the other, and it maintains this connection. We can't see the connection, but we can see the interaction. So in order to maintain our self-serving priority of self-preservation, we have to continue our activity of the bicameral mind to bring together the left and the right hemisphere. So that maintains our self-serving need, which we can see in the aura interactions or the inertia manifestation of our aura. But there are other connections which are beyond our aura. And they're obviously there, because if they weren't there, well, we wouldn't be there either. So this folding momentum, as it creates this rotating field, brings together the higher to the lower, and it gives us a direction. And we talked about folding into the density, which is a winding. But then it hits a threshold, and now that winding becomes an unfolding out of the density, right? That folding momentum continues. So what goes around comes around, isn't that what they say? And that's something that we all want. We all want around to it, because that's what we're always saying. We're going to get around to it. So maybe we have broken clocks, and we don't know if these are folding clocks or unfolding clocks. But then time also migrates, as we found. So even if the clock doesn't work, it's correct twice a day. So it isn't just the going around, it's how it migrates towards the density. And which density is it when we start to see that there's an overlapping gravitational field? Well, there's an overlapping gravitational field, and there's also an overlapping magnetical field. And that balance force fields now are showing why there is a migration, because each field has to be balanced off. But they're all things come together to a certain point. So now we see that some points, like in Saturn, are in the body of the planet, but some points are in the rings. But to demark the rings, we have to have shadows between the rings. But not just shadows, maybe we can have different shades. Either way, there are gaps. And so the gaps themselves have to be demarked. So often wonder, how do the magnetical lines of a magnet extend beyond the magnet? How are they maintained? And yet the magnet doesn't change in size. But the fields, the rings, change in size. There's no accounting for it, is there? So where's that energy going? And so we see that these aren't just cartwheels or tumbleweeds. These are plasma fields. And so they have different dimensions and different field strengths, and they come together, and you don't know which ones come together, but they all have this kind of circular momentum. And we know that because we see the field. We see the product. So when we talk about the density, we say, okay, well, gravity seeks density. But this density that we see operates within the Coulomb barrier, which operates within the Earth field. And so this maggrav is constantly in balance. And so we can say, well, we see these overlapping fields, we see these overlapping layers, but what we have to understand is that each of these layers isn't just an inner and smaller field within a larger field, but they are concentric. There's a gradient, there's a gradual coming together. But in order to have the one field coming together, there has to be another field that is coming out. So the one field coming in is gravitational. The other field coming out is magnetical. And to maintain the maggrav, it has to be constantly in balance. But we know that a maggrav can increase in energy or decrease in energy, because we know that because of our aura, because of the way we feel. Some days we have more energy, other days we don't. Some days we're inspired, and other days we are depressed. But whatever it is a balance. So the range is between the balance of the inspiration and the balance of the depression. And there are all sorts of ranges in between. And so we find that our internal terrain, which is a measurement of our internal pH, affects our mood. And we can see that in the aura. And so there's a forcefulness, which we have to understand the difference between what we call aggression. So aggression is balanced out by countering free will, right? My free will is more important than your free will. But there's another type of forcefulness, determination. And this determination is important because it supports free will. So your free will is part of my determination. So we get to choose. And whatever it is an inertial outcome. And the dominating strength of forcefulness comes from our emotion. So when we look at our humanity civilization in terms of our physicality, yeah, we're all here, but we have to identify ourselves, right? Are we Asian or are we Latino, right? And so we have this contention, and this contention is based and dependent on us reinforcing this segregation, this prejudice. This prejudice ends up being kind of a form of self-preservation, isn't it? Because otherwise, you diminish what you are. Well, you diminish and dilute. Yeah, I guess. But since you were diluted in the first place, that dilution diluted you into this contention of dependency. Because if you wanted to, you could change the purity. It's just a simple matter, and that's a very casual comment. It's a simple matter of creating the right field strength and the right emotion of intention. And can we do that without prejudice and still maintain our self-preservation? So there's a core dependency. And within that core, we have magnetical balance, which is a balance between the electron and the positron, and a gravitational balance, which is the balance between the neutron and the proton, which is kind of like a balance between me and my shadow. And you can see both in the mirror, can't you? So this is the problem for us. We are dependent on small spheres of density, little birds or baggage that we carry. And we've seen that with the transmutation training, the output. We see the Earth space consistency and the outer space consistency, but it's upside down because we cannot pass this Coulomb barrier of our adult little brain. Our physicality is dominating, and that's the colored line that's on top. And our soul, which is the blue line on the bottom, is hung up with this baggage and these birds that are clinging to it, not allowing it to escape from its containment, from its confinement. And yet, the vertical people interpret this relationship between the magnetical gravitational field forces and give you this beauty. But the thing that should be noted is not only is there a difference in the core, which we see the green part of the plant, but the flowers, which are the violet part of the plant. But the violet part of the plant also has a yellow at its core and a darker shade in between. And so there's a range. And not only that, but there's more than one petal. In fact, there are a bunch of petals. But what's interesting is that there are 3 sets of bunches of petals. So the manifestation of the vertical water hyacinth is a balance between the magnetical gravitational field forces that have created the roots, the stem, and the flowers, and then the variety of each in between. And isn't it ironic that it's doing this in sets of 3, like 3 dimensions? So these 3 dimensions are coming together and we see them. But it is more than 3 because look at all the flowers. There's so many flowers. So there's more than 3, but they keep coming together. So we don't see the cause of these inertial product fields. Well, we have to know that there is a balance between the magnetical gravitational field forces and that each of these products is within the range of the magnetical gravitational field forces of the environment, which is our Earth space. So just like we see this water hyacinth, our humanity is created the same way. So let's take our hands and just align them as we did before, and we see if we allocate one hand as the body and one hand as the soul, and see that it's a product of 3 dimensions. And we bring together the index of the body hand and the pinky of the soul hand. And we see that we have 3 dimensions in our physicality, which includes our emotion and our mental state. But there are other fields, and we talk about them as our chakras. So when we look at our soul interaction, it's exclusively in the soul, drops the body. It's just involved with the soul, the spiritual, and the astral plane. And so whatever we are in those 3 dimensions are working within the range between the soul and the body. And if we realign them and say one hand is the earth hand, the other hand is the man hand, and we say, okay, well, the earth has its own physicality, which is between the earth's crust and the earth's core, which includes the earth's mantle. And then, of course, we have the man hand, which is part of the emotional construct, the mental construct, and the soul. But that all is working within different ranges between the range between the soul of the man and the earth's core. What is the practical application of this? And what's interesting is I was using a program, and it's not a cheap endorsement. It's a wonderful program that a lot of people use to make motion pictures. And they have a practical application of what we're talking about. And that is that they have color controls in that program very sophisticated program. And the basic thing is the manipulation of color. Isn't that what we see when we see a motion picture, a video, any kind of video, whether it be on the internet or on our TVs or in the movie houses? It's a manipulation of the RGB, the red, green, and blue. And then when we manipulate it, we see a picture. But that picture is a product. And it's a product of what we see in this scope, which is bringing together the red product and the green product and the blue product. So the picture that we see is a product of the coming together of these three pictures. And that's a very practical demonstration of what we're talking about. But look, when we get into the high dynamic range, well, wow, that doesn't look anything like the picture. But that is the substrate that is supporting the picture that we're seeing. So we're looking at a product field of the red zone, the green zone, and the blue zone. And the picture then becomes a product of these three dimensions coming together. And we are none of these fields because we are in the audience looking at this picture. But what is interesting is that there is a control panel, and it exemplifies in practical terms what we've been talking about. There are color wheels, and there are 6 of them, and they get to choose 3. And so in this one here, we have the black, the dark, and the shadow. And what is instrumental is that the dark and the black are not the same, and neither is the shadow. And we can adjust these. So the adjustment is limited to one of those 3. Then we also have a global wheel on the right, which can adjust and proportionately adjust the other 3. So to repeat, each control can be adjusted individually, and then we have a global control. Now, that just takes care of the black, but we're going to drop one, and we're going to pick up one. So we dropped the black, and we picked up the light. Now we have the dark and the light. Well, which is it? Well, combination of the dark and light gives you a shadow. And so you can monitor those individually. Are you seeing a pattern here? Well, let's drop the dark. See what happens now. Oh, well, we have the light, which is demarked by the shadow and the highlight. So again, we choose 3. And again, we have the global control if we want it. Well, we dropped one, now we picked up another one. So we have the light and we have the specular, which consists of the range of the highlight being higher than just a regular light. So each of these is part of that dimension, and we see 6 wheels. Isn't that interesting? But the one wheel that doesn't change is the global wheel. That wheel controls it all. So not only will it control what you see in this frame with respect to these 3 dimensions, but this global wheel has an overriding control on all those other wheels that we've moved along. And the way we moved along was we dropped one, picked one up, dropped one, pick one up, drop one, pick one up, and then we moved step by step by step. And we do the same thing in music, and we see that we go up to the low notes, which are very magnetical because they have low energy, and the high notes, which are gravitational because they have high energy. And so that's our range, and we can do a density step migration depending on the susceptibility. And we find that, well, the time also migrates in the same way, because if you change the frequency and you change the timing, you change the way you have the song, and the song goes from a very unstable and simple way to a very complex, and in turn then becomes a more stable way. And so that becomes the range, and you can go either way. And so this is the question we have: well, how big is large? You know, what is the highest note? And so scientifically we say, well, there are weak nuclear forces and strong nuclear forces. But the weak nuclear forces are weak because they're far away. It involves our planets. But, you know, these far nuclear forces have to be very strong because these planets are very, very big. But we say the strong nuclear forces are near because we have this atomic structure. But these nuclear forces that are near are actually very weak because these atomic structures are tiny, much more tiny than the planets. You know, and we know this is true because we are walking on the planet. So we are not as big as the planet, but we have a core consistency. And we can see that manifestation in our physicality of the light. And then we can see the manifestation of the physicality of the planet, and it has a core consistency. And so our core consistency has to interact with the core consistency of the planet, and it comes together. And then, so just as we see in that program, the practical aspects of it, do we understand the magnetical relationship and the gravitational relationship of the outintensity and the intensity, and how it refers to the balance of plasma density, of which one is the black hole density, and the other one is the outer space density. So when we look at our physical manifestation, we look at the bottom three layers, and they seem to be very large, but they are actually very weak. And that's our physicality. And so as we elevate the process, drop one, pick one up. So we have our three dimensions. And as we elevate up, and we can see that in our auras as well, as we go from aggression towards determination, drop one, pick one up. But we can carry on, drop one, pick one up. And as we move through all the various densities, the one thing that remained consistent was our soul. That was the global control. Everything else changed, but you had 6 layers and you chose 3, and you could change each one individually, but the soul had control. So the soul was doing the preservation. And the soul overrides everything. So when we're looking at the aggressive chakras and we say, wow, you know, that's very physical, very warlike, just have to modify it and see we're not including the soul because the soul does not carry that characteristic. That is a feedback phenomenon. And then if we look at the passive nature, the soul is not that way either. We have to modify that and understand that that's part of our physical nature. So we have a different nature. We are part of the humanity, And as such, we have to create an inertia shielding. And that is how we create our refuge, the refugium from hostiles, from aggression, from environmental harm. And we can reverse these characteristics because it's a two-way street. So when we're looking at, shall we say, the plasma fields, and they are a combination of the attraction and repulsion forces plus the magnetical, that's part of our natural creation of our out-tensity. And then we look at the balance of the repulsion attraction forces plus the gravitational. Well, that's part of our natural decay, but that's part of our intensity. So the balance between the repulsion and attraction forces is the maggrav. So plus the magnetical is our emission, and plus the gravitational is our absorption. And the balance of those two is the relationship between our intensity and our out-tensity. And that is a reflection of our density. So that is a charge inertia. It's a balance between the magnetical and the gravitational field forces, where the magnetical forces are manifest into a plasma dimension of a counterclockwise rotation and a gravitational dimension of a clockwise rotation. And the two come together. And so we create this Earth-space transmutation state that comes together, the bringing together of the three dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis. But that becomes part of the outer space transmutation state, which follows the same rules. The X, Y, and Z axis, the choosing of those three dimensions. But when we are looking at the black hole transmutation, is it in the physical state? Is it a balance of the magnetical gravitational forces? Or is it between the physical and plasmatic field forces? Or is it between the magnetical gravitational field forces of the plasmatic state? And these all follow the same rules, but they are of a different energy state. So you drop one, pick one up, drop one, pick one up, you can change. And we do that the same thing with the inertia of the mind. So here we are with the soul of the earth and the soul of the man coming together, interacting with the soul of the physicality of the inertia manifestation of that soul of physicality. And then each one comes together and it creates one, the physicality of man and the physicality of earth. The three create one and one and one. This is the inertia of the mind. Which means that when we look the roadmap to this plasma highway and we see the relationship between carbon 12, carbon 13, and carbon 14, we see that the carbon 14 is feeding and it's feeding in. And then we see the carbon 12, well, it's feeding out. That's called feedback. But we have a short circuit. And that's short circuit is working within the range. And it creates this density migration. It creates this shortcoming where we are short by about 20% of the energy that we need for our self-serving purposes, for our self-preservation. And it is this shortcoming, and we become dependent on that, which causes us to be aggressive. And doing that fulfillment of overcoming that shortcoming at the expense of others, which in turn creates a domino effect. So we have to disrupt that chain. In other words, we have to understand that there is another connection. And that connection doesn't change It's always there. It is the global controller. You can change whatever you want to give your time and attention to, and it's going to be choosing 3 dimensions of that. But whatever is controlling has a purity. That's how the universe is created. It exists from energy. Energy is always there. It's always positive. It's always in motion. So the charge is reflecting the kind of motion and the direction. And if there is a direction, that means there's a coming to and a coming from. So not only in the universal order of creation of matters with the coming together of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter state, but you take that and you combine it with another matter state, and you don't have an accounting of which one. So it could be on the same energy state, or it could be in another energy state, and it all follows by the conservation of energy. But the soul is the global connector. The soul is the one providing the food, and you need to tune in. You need to turn on to that power and drop out of the resistance so you can receive. And in order to control what you receive, well, you have to set the pattern. And once you have the pattern, then you get the energy. And that can be a terrible picture, or it can be a beautiful picture. So you get to do the substitution where you transfer the gravitational dominance at the point of substitution, where the intensity equals 0 and the outintensity equals 0, and you do the adjustment. So you have the gravitational confirmation, whether that remains or whether that dissolves. And so that substitution point is within the black hole field, because now you have a two-way street, and you can go whichever direction that you want to go, and you can step through the various densities. And so what we see is our basic atomic state, where we step up into the monatomic, to the polyatomic, to the plasma field, but we only get to choose 3. And so we have to step through these fields within the range, and the only range that we acknowledge is the range between the matter state of the plasma state and the Coulomb barrier of our limitation on this planet. Well, we have to understand that there are steps beyond. So, here we are in the beyond Sanya time, which last year at this time, with the conference in Sanya, we've seen the Earth space consistency. It doesn't matter where you are on this planet. There's gold in them, there are hills. So you don't have to go westward to be a gold digger. We can dig that anywhere. So, and we can adjust the purity based on the pH magrav condition, which affects the transmutation transition. But our planet is a blue planet. And so that is a balance between the intensity and outintensity. However, there's pollution, there's toxicity, and it isn't all physical. There's a mental toxicity. It depends on the peace within your heart, within your family, within your community, within your country. On this planet, there are many points of field strength of the peace dove. And so when we talk about being pioneers, is that a reflection or is that an illusion? The reflection being our exploration of new frontiers, and the illusion of being pioneers. We've been here before. This is repeating. And so now we are on the other side of the watershed and discovering that there's more that we have to account for, that we have to understand, that what we see is a product of what we've created. And we have to understand the nature of how we create things. So the Keshe Foundation is drawing together all the research teams to advance the space plasma knowledge. because that's how we bring peace and prosperity. And the transmutation flights and their testing are in process. And this set of 3 is continuing and will be culminating in a significant achievement very soon. Next week or the week after, very soon. It's all part of the transmutation process. So this range transition transcends the inertia field transmutation dimensions, where the laws of conservation govern the covalent, trivalent, and tetravalent bonding attributes. So the containment of this inertia is manifest through the containment of equality. So the soul of the man cannot be abandoned nor compromised. That is the global controller. So the color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the man. That is the integrity of the man. And we have the control of that. We just have to raise our antennas to understand this message feeding and this feedback manifestation and the migration between the two, which allows us to do the tuning of the transmission transition, where you select one force, which is magnetical, and balanced off by the force selection of another force, which is gravitational. And so the resulting selections feed the MAGRAV manifestation. This selection manifestation is predetermined. So we have to enlarge our schemes of reference, encapsulate the schemes of density migrations. So your emission of intention consistently affects this standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war, provided we choose the peace dome of intention. So the transmutation manifests in balance with this peace dome. That is the environment, that is the anchorage. So the soul of the blood is anchored to the blood of the earth through the iron. Creates this gravitational density. But we have frequency, we have pressure, and we have temperature, where we rate it, whether it's hot-blooded or warm-blooded or cold-blooded. Our anchorage is based on peace and harmony and the greater oneness. We just have to augment our reality to understand that there's a flux and a flow towards, to, into, within, through, out of, and from every charge, every form, all mass, matter, or substance, and intensify and extensify what we are. We are, and we need to be connected, and that connection supports the flux of continuous change. That connection is hooked on life. "587 weeks, we have brought the Knowledge Seekers workshops, seeking the greater oneness, to transcend the limitations of nuclear science, and it appears like that's going to happen suddenly, even though it's been in process for thousands of years. But we have a problem. We understand that plasma reality is non-tangible because it's a representation of the source and this connection of our soul. And we have this tangible physical reality, which is a reflection of our emotion of presence. And so this plasma science anomaly needs to be resolved because we have a material enhancer, which is gravitational, and we have a body enhancer, which is magnetical. How do we resolve this? There has to be a technology release because it's hard to sleep when our beds are burning. We have to implement a scientific rescue, a financial rescue, a political rescue, a preservation rescue. with the universal order of matter, we bring together through the inertia fields our physicality. The bringing together of this comes from somewhere. What we see is the coming together of the light. So there's a light side and there's a dark side. But the dark side, as we've seen in the controls, is not the same as the black side, the black hole. The dark side and the light side are on the same side. On the other side of the black side is another light side. And so we see the origin of the universe with the similarity of the atom, creation of the electron and the proton combination, and the PM tick. And so we had a confusion. Should book number 1 be book number 3 or book number 3 be book number 1? And it seems to always rotate around the structure of the light. What we have to understand is then when we're slinging arrows, we have to understand which side is the pointy side, because that's the direction that it goes. And it always goes in that direction, because 1 + 1 + 1 is more than 3, and we have that. And we are the observers of that. And then we observe that there's something that we can't see. But what we can't see creates another 3 dimensions, which is the origin of the universe. And so what we can see and what we can't see is our point of view, which means whether it's a form of creation or whether it's a form of plasmatic reality, we are none of those dimensions. We are the observers, and we are the participants. We are in our own fudgy dimension, and we need to understand that so that we can be travelers across this universe. This is the coming together of the inertia fields of the plasma science. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings of Plasma Science, so we're welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. You get to choose it, and you get to sign it. And you can sign it with a pen. You can sign it with your soul. You can sign it with your emotion, but sign it with true intention. Thou shalt not lie. So, is the moment of inertia a paradigm starter or a stopper? Is the peace dome of outer space an umbrella or a fountain? Is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? How do we impart the importance of self or self-preservation in a universal context? It is time to set new targets for the inertia of self-importance. Here we are rationalizing the inertial cosmic balancing of the new physical transmission dimensions. Plasma science is delivered daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. And so welcome to the new outer space age. That's the end of this class, and it's also the end of the Advanced Inertia series. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the trip.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. I Gosh, there's a lot to understand, as you've repeated continually during this presentation and other presentations as well. I know you mentioned the commandments and things, and we haven't really done a great job with that. That's why, as we played that announcement part, I think there's going to be a black hole or a sink created that it removes this dimension of killing or this field of killing within our structure. So again, this is a gift in a way from the universe to help us along. I think if we had to do it on our own, we haven't done well, but the daughter of Mitra will master this right away. Not to be envious, but I think the way they'll reach humanity is in a different way through some of these systems. Would anyone like to ask a question of what Alex just shared with us? Let's open it up to the participants. I know Karsten was here. I was going to ask him how he's, if he started to play with his cosmic ray Twinity Magrev, but he's not with us now. So let's open it up to the participants. As Alex said, we've had the Industrial Revolution, the Computer Revolution, and now this is the Plasma Revolution. And again, we're just early pioneers in understanding all this, but I think there's systems and other ways that will affect us and affect us all on this planet, touching our fields of our soul, let's say, especially the killing part. Apparently, this is very integral in us moving into a new dimension. Again, anyone want to ask a question or make a comment or take exception to what Alex has said? That you may have a different understanding, and that's fine as well. In a previous workshop, he talked about the future of robots, and he said if you knew the future of the robotics the way I do, apparently everything is going to be getting handed over in a way to the robots. And then he's saying in this workshop, do we need robots? Does that mean everyone will be serving one another? Because this will be the elevation of the soul to serve, and do we need the robots? I think they're coming. They're definitely, the industry is looking forward to them to replace a lot of, especially mundane, sort of simple work. Anyone want to comment on that at all? He did talk about creating, I know you talked about the vortex, Alex, and he said that they would create the vortex within this system. I think if we look at the transcript, we could see that. But again, I don't understand everything that's being conveyed. Very little of it, actually.
Wow, tough questions. The thing is that you just don't build a house by laying bricks. So the action may appear to be the same, but the functionality is different. And so your goal, your intention, you know, your overview, it all comes together. So if you don't have that overview and you start laying bricks, there's no guarantee you're going to be building a house. So, you know, you have to have a plan. And where does that plan come from? So it is something that you create. And where does that inspiration come from? So in order to understand that, you have to have the faith in that inspiration to know that it will be there because that's what you want. So your inspiration has to be in synchronized with what you want. You have to be truthful. And that's the problem with lying. You think you deceive somebody, but the one that's most important is yourself. If you deceive yourself, wow, then you can't believe anything. Because how do you expect other people to believe you if you don't believe yourself? And so, we have this audacious attitude where, we can't lie to ourselves, but we can lie to others, and it seems to be okay. Well, the act of lying would be the same. So if you're lying to others, you're lying to yourself as well and saying, oh, I told them a lie, so, I just assume that they believe it. But this is where you run into a problem when someone can see directly into your soul, and your soul never lies. So it's your physicality that lies. So you think you're fooling them, where you're really only fooling yourself. And this is where the problem comes in. And we've been doing that for so long because, as they say, we get too soon old and too late smart. So it's the rate of change that is a factor. And we're affecting that factor. And we can see that because the events around the world are also accelerating. And you have to ask why. Because why is a product of factors in the background. So we have to recognize that those things in the background exist. And I frankly, when I was younger, I just, ignored that, shrugged my shoulders and said, oh, I really don't understand why you're thinking that way. But it all boils down to self-preservation, doesn't it? So, you want to preserve your power. That's great, but you're fooling yourself. And if you're willing to fool yourself, well, that's also great. But we have to depend on truth because that is dependable. You can't depend on undependables. So truth is the only thing you can depend on. And the thing that is most truthful is your soul. And so that is something that you can depend on. Back to you, Mark.
Yeah, and the soul is the one we steal from the most, our closest friend. So I think we have a lot of work to do to get there, but that's why I believe we need some external help in a way. We haven't gotten out of it even with the commandments. I said they haven't worked very well. The stealing, the lying, the killing.
Mark, I think people have to realize one thing about robots. Who designed them? Human beings. Who built the architecture of the brain? A human brain. So what's superior, the human brain or the robotic brain? We take a look at all these advancements in machines that before we used to do it by hand, and now someone takes the hours and hours of programming to take a piece of metal, a raw billet piece of metal, and turn it into a piece of art. And that takes higher consciousness to have the patience to sit and program the thing. I remember quite a few years ago, I worked with a scientist who was working with a scanning electron microscope to identify metals. I said, oh, well, let's just put this thing in and turn it on. He says, no. He said, I have to write the program to tell this machine exactly what to look for and into what ratios of different combinations of metals. It may take me 1 to 2 years to write this program, and then we can fire it up and test it. So I think Mr. Keshe may be seeing a long ways into the future when he sees the robots that he's talking about, or may not. Who knows? It depends, I think, on the advancement of the soul of the human race.
Yes, and he said we're going to decide collectively which way to go. So that must mean we're going to get some sort of bigger unification than we have now. We all know we're humans and we're on planet Earth, but there's going to be a bigger work of collaboration and cooperation, I think, between all, and coordination among the nations and humanity as a whole. Maybe we'll come to find out we're not so much different than the others. As he said, the soul is pretty much the same around the planet, but the magnetical gravitational fields has caused us different behaviors and different liking to certain different things, depending where you are, but essentially the souls are the same. Maybe this is part of the realization to work as one unit, as collective humanity. And again, we're just early into this game, I think, but it may be sped up by quite a bit. As he said, he's moving the goalposts by centuries.
Please take into consideration, he did mention that he's been carrying this technology around for over 20 years so far. So, you know, it isn't just him releasing the technology, it's us wanting that technology to be released and being ready to understand it, because, you know, as participants on this platform and all the others, it's our responsibility to learn and convey that knowledge to others, because right now, the majority of people on this planet, they're at the right place at the right time, but they're not aware. And they need to be made aware. And I can tell you from personal experience, it can be shocking. So can we, you know, kind of ease them out of their little comfy zone? Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of factors are involved here. The sun, we know, is playing a very, very large role. He said we've been hit by an energy meteor. So most of us haven't considered, yeah, we see some strange weather or different temperatures being created, but I think there's more going on. So there's a lot of things that are involved in this whole process coming together just the right way. Remember when they said, why did you made a mistake, Mr. Keshe? You didn't release the knowledge 15 years ago or whatever when you were in Iran? He said it wasn't the right time for it. So where we're getting to, or where we're apparently it is the right time for this to come out in a very powerful way. Humble but powerful. And as he said, science, the man of science on this planet has to understand it. Otherwise, this will get shelved for another century or two, and the abuse continues. Mr. Keshe will be gone, he said.
Well, that's a key point. So, you know, you can delay and you know, it's fine to kick the can down the road, but how far down the road do you kick it? At which point in time you come to it and you say, well, that delay was out of range. So I think what has happened now is we've come into a very critical time where humanity has realized that we're in that range, and if we kick the can down farther the road, we're going to fall out of it. So it's our awareness to know that on our journey, we have come to an exit ramp, and now we have to do something about it. So being at the right place at the right time, being aware, and then doing something about it. And right now, our challenge is how to deliver this technology in a practical way for this planet to become peaceful and prosperous.
Well, wouldn't you think as materials are being created, these mining companies that are involved in that process now would sort of abandon the mining and say, let's move in this direction. We don't need any people and we don't need to dig any holes. And then, of course, if he starts to show, I'm sure they're going to, I'm thinking copper will be one of the materials created. He showed us a material in the workshop that they don't even know what it is, but I was thinking copper would be. And then, of course, they'll verify it. Some people will take samples and say, yes, this is definitely copper, although it doesn't have a signature from this planet. And then they'll probably ask about, we make gold? And I don't know what'll happen to the entire financial system once the few initial specks of gold and they're verified is going to do. It's going to send a shockwave. And I know Mr. Keshe said we could do that.
Well, Mark, when you look at a corporate mandate, one of the things that's missing is really an intelligent corporate mandate, because everybody says, oh, if we go into business, we want to be the best. We want to be the most successful. We want to make the most money.
Yes, the most profitable.
Yeah, be the most profitable, sure. Okay, but what does that mean to be the most profitable? But if you incorporate within your mandate, one of the things that we did many years ago, and unfortunately, we weren't able to overcome it, and the Keshe Foundation is overcoming it very, very well. And that is to say, if you find something that allows you to do something better, then you have to abandon what you're doing. And so, we have a problem right now, and it's very exciting. I think it's very exciting, and that is the new transportation technology. I think is wonderful, but
this is what he said. Trump would create the conditions for the technology, even though he wasn't aware he was creating the conditions. And this 8,000 something planes seems to be an opening for the Keshe Foundation. I think he said we want to go that way, where nobody has to buy from Boeing. They're going to teach the nations. And I would think this would be in the matter state, but I'm not sure.
Well, I did receive a confirmation from one gentleman, and we broached this subject directly. And so the question was, can the plasma science enhance their business? And so the answer was yes. But I posed a question, and your business suddenly ceases to exist. Would anybody care? Except you. And honestly, he had to admit that no, nobody would care. Like it really wouldn't make a difference. And so, if you go on the internet and you see, a lot of businesses, I can make these cute purses. Well, kudos to them. They're doing an industry and they are creating something, and they need to make money, and they're being resourceful. Okay. But if suddenly they didn't need that product, would you say, well, we're going to continue making purses and we're just going to stock them up in the warehouse, and then, maybe sometime down the road, someone is going to need purses, and we say, hello, you don't need that product anymore, and it was I was talking to Randy there. We perfected the the crank handle for starting the Model T Fords. We have perfected the very best crank handle, and I think we could sell millions of them. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. I think we all feel that there's a special atmosphere that is circulating around this planet. And I'm talking about this vitality enhancement of this plasma energy that is going around this planet. People can feel it, but they can't see it. They can't understand it. They can't touch it. They don't understand what it means to them in practical terms. And so it's, it's not that it's not there, because Mark, you and your team and the Canadian team here, we understand that it's not working very effectively over here. But when we look at the Brazilian team and the Spanish team and what's going on, it's amazing. So we can't say that, we're not having an effect. It's very, very impactful. And, we could just imagine what's going on with the Iranian team and with the Chinese team. And so it all depends on how you view things. And if you just say, well, in my little tiny perfect world, if I want to have a cup of life meeting and how to make a cup of life, nobody's going to show up for the meeting. But clearly you can see in Brazil 30 people show up to a meeting. That's a difference in the culture. Okay, but that's not the Brazilian culture. That is the culture that it's a planetary culture. They're tuned into it. We're not tuned into it. So that means we can change, doesn't it? And that's what we have to do. And then we also have to change the rate of change, because we've really got to catch up. We are so far behind all these other communities. And yet we were supposed to be, a first world nation. Well, I have concerns about that. And I think, the timing is here now for the sake of this continent. We have to wake up to the reality, as I say, smell the coffee and get moving. Because how many people did Boeing have to lay off?
17, 20,000, and then there's a multiplication factor of the support people. So you're talking a couple 100,000 people impacted by this one move.
Okay, but that's not our fault. That's Boeing's fault. Okay, because if they continue to insist on manufacturing crank handles for Model T Fords, sorry, okay, you have a mandate and, you're living by your mandate. So what we need to do is to understand that this science is there to increase prosperity. It's a responsibility that all of us have to bring employment, massive employment, okay? Because rent has to be paid. Food has to be provided. And you can't say, well, we'll get around to it next month. It's like people tell me, oh, well, I know, I've got cancer, but, I have to go on holidays and I'll talk about it when I come back from holidays. What? You think cancer takes a holiday? You think, the conditions on this planet take a holiday? I know some politicians take a holiday. We have that problem in Canada here. And we're going to see the consequences of that. But, I can't see, businesses can't take a holiday. They have employees who depend on it, and there's an economy that depends on that. And that contributes to a certain kind of peacefulness and harmony. So.
And imagine if you knew what Musk knows or his team knows. He's got to make a decision on the car company, and he also has to make a decision on the rocket company.
Well, he's not. He's not making
Not
that.
yet. Not yet. This demonstration in the public if it gets out and it's far-reaching, is going to create, again, scientists having a major debate where certain one says this is not following the rules of science, but the other one said yes, but I analyzed it in my lab and it's actually what it's purported to be, whether it's gold or copper or aluminum or whatever. So this is going to create a lot of consternation and hopefully a beautiful debate of certain ones relenting and other ones going forward with the technology. This is the point.
The trains left the station and, woulda, shoulda, coulda.
But we don't want to leave anyone behind. This is the whole idea. No one gets
Yeah, but you don't
abused.
stop the train. You can't say, well, I have to stop the world from turning because, my makeup's not right or I'm not wearing the right
No,
perfume.
the world will continue to turn.
Well, that's it. So, don't blame the earth for turning, okay? So, fortunately for, most of us, as the world turns, there'll be a tomorrow. But, we have to understand that tomorrow is not going to be the same as today. Tomorrow's another day. So, we can say, oh, yeah, well, I can do it tomorrow. Well, the difference between today and tomorrow is what's called a promise, and that's a promise to nobody. So, we have to promise ourselves, we have to be truthful to ourselves, and the opportunity is here and now. But this problem is greater than each and every one of us individually. And now we've come to that awareness point where we see that each and every one of us, and I mean each and every one of us, is suffering to some extent, differently for different people, but we're all suffering from some extent. And a lot has to do with the fact, I'm going to tell you, for instance, I quit smoking, but I enjoyed smoking. So I had to make a decision. So that's one of the things that we have a problem with here. I think this planet is a wonderful planet. This is heaven. But that doesn't mean that things can't change. And that doesn't mean that things can get better. And if we don't do it, then it's not going to get better because been there, done that. We've seen the history. So how do you change the future? You have to change the history.
And you have to elevate the soul of the man. As he said, even if we give you the advanced technology where you could feed yourself, you can create materials, you can go from New York to Beijing in 5 minutes. Without the elevation of the soul of the man, within 1 generation or 2, you'll be right back again, killing and destroying. So this is why this elevation of the soul to serve becomes the key. And this is what's going to happen in these systems where he said he'd create that sink, that black hole, to pull this energy or those fields of killing out of our structure.
Yeah, but we are an active component of that. And so we are gathering up a momentum. And we have achieved a critical mass. And that's true because even when you look at the American Revolution, only 3% of the people were required to initiate the revolution, and we are more than 3%. So we are overdue. And that's, we're just going to have to go. And as they say, as much trepidation as we have, just look at how wonderful it's going to be on the other side, and we just have to go through it and have the courage and to understand that the soul is in charge. Thank God the soul is in charge, and thank God for all of you for attending to this platform and making it as powerful as it is. And I thank you all for allowing me to continue. I will be continuing next week. Because there is so much more, and we know that we are going to continue learning. So Thank you all. Back to you, Mark.
Yes, and of course, there's a cosmic ray paper coming out very soon that'll explain more or maybe give us a bigger headache till we finally understand it. And then as the foundation grows in structure, I think Mr. Keshe will be doing some public experiments on Thursdays unannounced. He had mentioned that about not eating or experiencing that energy being provided to you without you even being aware of it. So there's many, many exciting things coming into play. I'm looking forward tremendously to it, that everyone has what they need. Maybe not more than they need, but they have everything they need. So this is we have 2 billion people that are, again, living on the edge without electricity, without the clean water, without the education and the rest of this. Maybe without the education is a good thing, but we'll replace that with some newer systems. And I think enlightenment will somehow just happen rather naturally because we'll be in the fields of it. From the sun and the systems and what's put on the satellites and the rest. This is all coming together. I don't think he can explain everything he could explain, but there's a lot of things in the background that are being put into place. And hopefully the medias will attend, and I know it'll be broadcast across the Keshe Foundation platforms, and this should start a very large debate. Of course, some will say it's magic, others may say it's the devil, or as they did with Tesla, cavorting with the devil to achieve this sort of what appears to be magic, but we know it's science. So this should start quite a lot of upheaval in a way of our understanding, and that people that thought and worked on this dimension will in a way have more than a confirmation of it as we see these systems actually coming out. So I'm looking forward to it myself, and I'm sure we all are. That's why we're here. Anyone else want to make a comment? Ask Alex to review something. He's more than willing. Of course, the main idea, as Mr. Keshe said, is to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. This is the video we'll close with in the final disclaimer. But it's up to you to participate in these systems, and this is how we're keeping the foundation free, that it can be developed. They don't take money from anyone, but yet they do need massive financing to get to the next step. Some of these systems, I know the one in London that we saw, I think he indicated it was $3 million to produce that system, because they have to use a lot of vendors and a lot of precision things and the rest of this. So I don't think they do that internally to the foundation, but they just give someone a piece of work to do and they complete it. They may not know what it's for at all, but they complete it to the specifications. So these systems are not inexpensive to produce. And that's what I was wondering, if we can all do it, why is he wanting to bring more data in to perfect systems to mass produce, it would seem to me, if we can do it ourselves? Anyone?
Okay, you can do it.
We already are doing it.
Yeah, but what about the other 8 billion people? Okay, so if you don't want to leave everybody behind, everybody is in a different learning curve.
Agree.
Okay, so that's one thing. Also, to understand that if this is not the first time that this has happened, it's maybe it's the first time that it's been explained the way it's been explained. I personally, I spent most of my life, I didn't understand this at all. It all, seemed to be like out there and okay, well, it's fun to talk about. Let's go to the coffee shop and, waste away our afternoon and we'll talk about this without understanding what is the practical implication. And now we're coming to grips with the fact that there is going to be a practical impact. Okay, so how do we deal with that? Let's, a simple thing as, let's say watching U.S. football. So what happens if the fullback gets the ball and scores a touchdown every time? And the score will be,
Boring.
287 to 281. Yeah, boring. Yeah. Well, so things are going to change, and what are you going to do for, entertainment? One of the reasons I stopped watching a lot of movies is because I found that it wasn't entertaining, because the horror of life is not fun. So I don't need to go to the movie theater to, show that. When you look at movie theaters going back, they say, around the time when the talkies came out, uh, they had stills, and then they had motion pictures, and then they added voice, and then they started to incorporate little things that were shocking, and people were fainting. If someone, let's say, fell off a horse, and hit their head, the shock and the trauma caused people to faint. Now you go on the internet and you see someone, whacking someone over the head and being so destructive, and we're blasé about it, because we become conditioned to accepting it. Well, it's not acceptable. We have arrived at a condition that it's not acceptable, but we have abdicated that decision. So we have to now assume control over that decision and say, no, I don't accept that. I'm not going to watch that. I'm not going to tolerate that. And you want to tolerate it, that's fine. That's your business. My business is I'm not going to tolerate it. And so no amount of influence on your part is going to make me want to do it. And the Keshe Foundation is the same way. We have the technology to enforce peace. Okay, that's what this world needs, is another bully? You got to be kidding. We have enough bullies. What we need is a roadmap to peace. And that's what we're providing. So thank you all. Beautiful Sunday afternoon. Thanks for being here.
I think we'll be asking a lot of questions if this starts to get or spread across the internet. People, and you're just interacting, you have a conversation, and then somebody will say, like, "Hey, have you heard about this guy making materials or something like that? I heard there's something going on. They could perhaps even make," and this will give you an entree into explaining. You've been in and around the Keshe Foundation for a bit, and you understand a little bit, and you can openly share what you think you understand about it. So I think the chatter will be created first in the scientific community, and then it'll come down to the man on the street like me, and we'll be able to discuss it more openly. And then if one of the major scientific people say, we have to confirm this, we may not understand it, but it's certainly, there is confirmation that this is real, this will open up a whole dialogue across the spectrum of the educational community, the scientific community, so many different communities. And hopefully we'll get to the point where we can start teaching young people when they're in kindergarten or first grade the operation of the soul and the rest of this. But he said he's going to hide the technology. If he didn't get a channel on the satellites, he can embed it within the movies. He can embed it within the radio stations without the radio station even understanding it, where perhaps you'll be fed, or perhaps your soul, the energies of your soul will be touched in such a way that you kind of seek out the plasma knowledge. So we have a lot of beautiful and, again, far out ways of delivering this technology with man knowing or without man knowing. So thank you all for being here. I'd like to play the video, Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, then the final disclaimer. Thank you all from Europe who've joined us and stayed late and the rest of this. So let's see if we can just bring up this video. Thank you, Alex, again, the amazing Alex, for delivering for us. So let me bring this video up, and I'll, and of course you voiced over part of this, and we'll see some of the development. I don't know how long ago did you make that voiceover on this video, Alex? It's been at least a couple years.
Isn't that something? Yes.
I'm not sure exactly when it was produced, but again, he talked about the dialysis. He talked about the stones in the kidney, melting them, growing teeth, and so on and so forth. So this is the sort of thing that's just going to get humanity enamored with this technology, the far-reaching effect it has, not only on the physicality. I think people will start with the physicality and then come to realize later it's all about the elevation of the soul of the man, or the soul of this planet, let's say humanity and overall. Any other questions or thoughts somebody would like to share, please? Thank you all again, and have an amazing rest of your day. And here we go.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist, and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please, Greg? Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.